Hello, hello. Um... Hey, Jonathan. Yes, it's a stream, and we're going to actually take a look at the 7 levels of fantasy, which I think... Who recommended it? I forget, but we'll probably talk about books, among other things. Yeah, so we're going to talk about 7 levels of fantasy, and then we might take a look at this person. She was recommended to me by my brother, by Emmy-chan, and by, I think, was it Simp? We're going to see what talking points she kind of launches into. Judging by the title right off the bat, well, you know, she knows the YouTube grift, I suppose. And you know, it probably gets her views. Yeah, 414 people wanted to yeah. Yeah. Is she being fair? What place does she come from on this? Yeah, we'll find out. I woke up today coughing from my nap. So we're going to see how my throat goes, how my chest goes. I've been flirting a bit with a cough, so you're going to get what's the word? Manchieko today, a little bit. But actually I like my voice when it's lower, so yeah. How's everyone today? Get water and rest, yeah. Thanks, Miro. Yeah, we won't do a massively long stream unless, like I said, unless it settles down. Maybe it will settle down. But I did rest this afternoon. How is everyone, though? Leo says his chesticles hurt because he overdid it at the gym. Wow. Okay. No comment. Jonathan is just starting work. Thoughts and prayers, Jonathan. My condolences. Epic is doing well. He's in 14 at a Fight Club venue. Awesome. I hope you have a good evening, Epic. That sounds pretty fun. Miro got his COVID and flu shots. Lots of rest. Yeah. Is this how it feels to be a woman? Probably not. And Party has joined the chat. Hey, how's it going? By the way, the chicken was absolutely delicious. From what I gather, Jonathan, things still continue apace with other things, if you get my drift. Life did probably find a way, judging by Epic's recent pictures. Did life find a way? I have a feeling Epic will say, what happens in the Fight Club stays in the Fight Club. So we got people at work, people resting, people overdoing it at the gym. What is Party up to tonight? What's she doing? She lives and strums. She's just gonna chill, yeah, and watch stream. Wow. Maybe play some Core. Good idea. I know that you've been enjoying that. Miro's elder care duties never end, even when he's tired. Yeah, I mean, even when I'm tired, I have to go to work, right? That's kind of part of life, sadly. I added hours to my ESL job, so I'm working 20 hours a week. Now, that doesn't seem a lot, but 8 of those hours happens all in one day. So this past Friday, I taught 5 classes in a row. So 5 hours of straight sitting and talking. So it was kind of like being on a stream, but more involved. Saturday morning, I had 4 classes straight through. Lots of talking. So Friday night to Saturday mornings are now my nightmare kind of stretch. But the worst nightmare is Friday morning. Friday morning, I have 3 classes, and all 3 are a struggle bus, just because of language limitations and also behavioral stuff. So, yeah. After Saturday morning, I was very tired, but I felt relieved once Saturday night ended. And then Monday I will have 4 more classes, and then I'll have classes on Wednesday, but there's not a lot. So Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday is a bit of like a reprieve where I can breathe. But Wednesday, I'm still working and stuff. Yeah. It must be frustrating to teach. Simp, when you have an amazing student, your world will feel like you will just get such a rush. I recently had a student who was given to me, and they are just so sweet and involved and interested and awake and curious. They become beautiful to me. And I want to be there and help them in any way, shape, or form because they are bringing their all to the table. But as soon as I feel like a student isn't giving this a fair shake and isn't phoning it in all the way, like as soon as I can sense that, everything becomes a grind, because now you aren't fighting, you're not openly fighting with the student, right? But you're contending with their attention, with their attitude. And then if you have an ESL issue, on top of that, you're contending with the language barrier. And I'm fine with the language barrier as long as the student is excited and wants to be there. But as soon as a student doesn't want to be there or has been so burnt out that they're falling asleep in class, things start, the 50 minutes starts going by really slowly. And it can just get really, 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 really difficult. Anybody who hasn't taught should try teaching somebody something at some point in their life. When you teach, it is not a one-way engagement. I discovered very early on in my teaching career that if you come to class ready to teach and be engaged, and the students are ready to teach, to be engaged, they will actually also teach you things. They will introduce you to things. They will ask questions that get you interested. So when you have this mental engagement from a student, however young or old that they are, there's an intellectual. This is why I say sapiosexual. My love for people deepens when I sense within them a spirit of inquiry and openness. If a person to me lacks curiosity, lacks a willingness to theorize, lacks a willingness to be open to possibilities, there's a limit to my care for that person. And in some cases, if the person's very dogmatic or is very close-minded or sees no value in dialogue or exploration, I almost instantly no longer care about them as a person, and I no longer count their opinion as being a viable opinion. And it's a very bad trait. Like, it doesn't show up in how I treat them, obviously, but I'm still polite. I'm not gonna treat them like complete bitches, but let's just say that my emotions are more, there's a higher chance of my emotions engaging with a person if I feel that the person has challenged me in some way, or has asked a thoughtful question, or has proven themselves to be of a certain caliber of curiosity and intellectuality. And then, then I deeply respect that person, and even on some level, I'll start to care for them. Yeah. So teaching can be a nightmare. And another thing, Simp, is if you teach online, also, I highly recommend Simp. You don't go into teaching if you don't have techniques to keep kids' attention, unless you're teaching Chinese kids, in which case Chinese kids will usually have their parents breathing down their neck in some way. So there's a higher chance for you to have a better time if you're teaching an Asian child than if you're teaching any other child from any other country. Asian children are just more watched over. And so there's a higher chance that you can leverage your position as a teacher to get the parents' attention. It's part of their culture, right? So teaching online is another thing, right? Let's say you have a 6 or 7-year-old, right? Get them to sit down and listen to you talk. It's a skill. That's what I'll say. You gotta practice at it. Not much money as well. Not as much money as it ought to be, Simp, but it is what it is. Progress has to be made, not time being wasted. Yeah, Epic, I remember talking to one student and I said, look, if you don't do your homework, I can't help you improve. And that means you'll come to class and you'll sit here and you will be learning nothing. It will be a waste of your time. And do you want to waste your time? Like, if you're going to be forced to sit here, you might as well make the most of it. So anyway, it's just very tough. Teaching is a calling, says my friend Emmy, not a job. I have great students this year. Somehow they're all on board and gung-ho. Well, that's good. I hope they hold that through the year. I hope that they hold that through the year. Hero, Strimmer, and chat. Hello, Willie. How are you? Screen still says BRB. Oh, yeah, thanks. I mean, who knows? I might disappear at any moment. It's not an official start yet. Still polite. Oh, okay there, Bernie. Need to be curious and have a desire to learn. So you need to find yourself a Gemini or Sagittarius. I'm not a... I had a friend who was into astrology. But I wouldn't know about that. Hello, everyone. Hello. Speaking of teaching after grade, we'll be listening in. Okay, good luck, Emmy. So Emmy is a teacher that came and worked in the same school I was working in when I was in China. So my first 3 years in China, I taught grade 4 and grade 5 at a private school. And before I left for China, I asked God to send me a friend. And when I first saw Emmy, she basically lit up the room. She's very extroverted, very powerful, very intense. She was very in charge. I remember, like, she was wearing business casual clothing. She looked so put together. And I remember looking at her chatting away with people, and I was like, wow. But I didn't talk to her because I had a very negative view of myself. And like I said, like, I tell people I'm black pilled now. I was downright struggling with like misanthropy and just skepticism about anybody understanding me. I'd given up on people, like finding my people. I didn't think my people existed. But Emmy lived in the apartment across from me, and we would take the elevator down every morning together. And I would barely talk with her at first. But one day I pulled out my keychain, and it was full of like anime, like, you know, stuff. I had like anime key rings, a bunch of them. It was a massive keychain. And like, I probably could have killed somebody with it to the back of the head, like, you know what I mean? It was a huge keychain of anime paraphernalia hanging off of like 3 keys. It was ridiculous. And she saw it and she immediately like squealed, and she was like, oh my gosh, anime. And I just stared at her. I was like, oh. And from that time on, she would not leave me alone. She would like, at one point she barged into my room and she was like, what are you doing there? And I'm like suddenly like trying to hide the screen because I didn't want her to know that I was watching like Visual K. Anyway, it was very, very precious because she would not give up. She was like, no, I'm going to find out more about Chieko. And I was just very reluctant to let her in because lots of people were polite. Don't get me wrong. I've never had anyone, well, there were a couple people who were like crazy, but like in terms of like how they voiced their dislike of what I was doing or watching. But there were people who were like, oh, you watch anime? And then they would just kind of look down on you. And I, of course, there were those odd Christians who'd be like, oh yeah, anime is from the devil. It's like, okay, you're from the devil. Anyway, so, you know, take your demon child, get out of here. But anyhow, so the I kind of struggled to explain to people what visual kei was. I struggled to explain to people what anime was, and I just stopped trying to explain. I decided to just live my life and like just keep it on the down low. But Emmy was absolutely bent on joining me. So yeah, it ended up being a great, I think we were there together for, I want to say 7 years ish, maybe 6. So at work as usual, sorting through 4 deliveries, so I won't be adding much to the derailment until it's done. Oh, okay. Well, good luck, Wooly. Good luck out there. Love you too, Pungyo. Anime. I had a string of connected Gigapet chains like that at one point. I wore it as a belt for a while. Oh, really? Mom was glad I got out of goth art for anime. Oh, the goth culture. She was going to be my friend whether she wanted to or not. Yeah. It was very interesting. It was very, very interesting. The year after Emmy showed up, another friend showed up, and we formed a trio until Emmy's sister showed up. Then there was 4 of us, and we did some pretty interesting things. Probably what we became famous for were our themed birthday parties. For one of us, we recreated the opening scene from Skyrim in our living room with couches. It was incredibly playful. It was incredibly fun. Few years of my life. But yeah. I blame anime for the collapse of Western civilization, that and Fate Meek and pineapple on pizza. I don't mind pineapple on pizza. If Western civilization is going down because of anime and pineapple on pizza, it's probably not worth much. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I think it's cool. I used to have double belts with a hoodie every day. Double belts? What is double belts? What are double belts with a hoodie? Like you had 2 belts on your belt band? Them's fighting words. Yeah. Yeah. More pizza for us. Yeah, exactly, Shay. Don't worry, Herman. We can handle the pizza, pineapple on pizza and the anime for you. You can get out your old man rocker and your pipe and just chillax. We got it covered. Some hobbies, it's hard to share. Like, I'm not sure I would tell a girl that I watch Star Trek. Simp, if you meet a girl who can't handle the fact that you're watching Star Trek, she's not worth it. I'm not joking. Now, she can say, I don't like Star Trek. She can say, I don't enjoy Star Trek. But if she literally can't handle the fact that you watch Star Trek, maybe don't go for that relationship. Because in my opinion, a partner doesn't have to like everything that you like, right? Like you guys don't have to be joined at the hip 24/7. But if she can't allow you to enjoy something, especially something like Star Trek, you probably shouldn't be dating her. Like, she's probably not worth. Because if your partner is so control, and I saw this, by the way, I saw this with somebody who came over one time and hung out with me, and I popped on some anime, and this person was like, oh man, I remember the days when I used to watch anime, but my husband doesn't like it anymore. Doesn't like it. And so I can't watch it. And I'm like, wait, what? What? And the issue, I think, for me is not that the partner didn't like anime. You absolutely do not have to enjoy anime, right? You do not need to watch anime to be my friend. But if you're telling me what I can and cannot do in my spare time when we're apart, you got a problem. And I'm going to have a problem with you and your problem. I just think I think sometimes a man and his wife or a girlfriend and a boyfriend need to spend time with the bros, need to spend time with the bitches, need to spend time alone. And if your partner can't handle you enjoying something that's relatively harmless, I think there's a problem. Yeah, I think it's a problem. Get off my lawn. You meant like kids. Yeah. I had an extra belt that was really just for show atop the real belt at a diagonal line. Wow. Oh my gosh. I'm imagining epic. Oh my Lanta. That's hilarious. The layered belts. Oh, I wish Tickler was here. I wonder if Tickler had a layered belt. If only pizza could look like anime pizza. What? Relationship test. Do they like The Last Jedi? Joking. Okay, that's actually a really good question. Would Chieko marry somebody who liked The Last Jedi? Good question. Not that I'm not thinking about marriage right now, but I think if they were like Epic, like able to allow you to dislike something that they like, I think it would be fine. My issue is when a partner tries to get you to dislike everything that they dislike and like everything that they like. I think that's the problem. But I will say this, that if I had a discussion with them, right? Let's say I met this person, let's call him Bill. And Bill is chatting with me and he's like, yeah, I like The Last Jedi. I would actually probably chat with Bill about other things. And I try to figure out, is Bill just a hyper normie who just doesn't understand and doesn't know? Or did he like The Last Jedi for very obvious ideological reasons? And if it is the former, I tend to be more forgiving. But if it is the latter, we're breaking up. Because it is not a good idea to not share basic ideological goalposts with a person. So whether that's religion or certain levels of politics, if you're not on the same page as your partner, I think there's a problem, right? Now, it doesn't have to be exactly 100%, right? Like, you don't have to like be voting all the time, all the ways the same. That's, weird, creepy maybe. But what I mean to say is, like, there should be general life philosophies that you should both share. Like, for example, it would be a very terrible situation if you didn't ask your partner, hey, do you want to have kids? And then, you're not thinking about having kids, but they are. That's a tough situation to be in, because suddenly to have kids or to not have kids, like, that's a major one, right? That's what I'm talking about. And I think for me, because, some of this stuff is off the table, for me, it's about the person's ideology. Like, I would not marry a cultural Marxist because I'm fundamentally, philosophically opposed to a lot of the materialistic basis of that particular philosophy and ideology. So there's just some ideologies that don't mix well. It's the same thing with marrying a Muslim man. I would never do that. That would be really terrible. That's all I'm going to say. It would be a mistake. I have a feeling that Epic was bawling. Maybe if they at least have an objective argument as to why. Yeah, Shay. Like, if they came to me and said, oh, hey, I just love it and it was just fun for me, I'd be like, oh, okay, you don't know anything, it's fine. But if you're like, yeah, I really like how they subverted my expectation, I'd be like, out of here, get out, get the fuck out. I'd just get them out. It's not that they like the movie, it's why do they like the movie? Is that what you mean? Yes, Epic. Yeah. So like for me, it's more about why. It's never what. It's almost always why. My question is always, why would you say that? Why would you say that? Having the same enemies is what makes people unite. Yeah, that's true too. Maybe. Yeah. But I also find that uniting with an enemy because you have a common enemy is also, I don't know. I'm not a super fan of that. Cultural Marxists wouldn't believe in marriage anyway. Maybe not. You would be the fourth wife of that hypothetical Muslim. Not all Muslims are polygamists. But I wouldn't feel comfortable. Let's just say that. I would not be comfortable doing that. But yeah, it's not thinking about marriage right now. What, are you waiting till like 80? Absolutely. I'm waiting until like, I don't know. Yeah, this is why I'm just waiting for cloning technology so I can marry myself. Hey Arm, how's it going? Yeah, cloning technology. Arm, legitimate question. Would you marry yourself? Curious. Would anybody here want to marry themselves? I'm going to be honest. I am self-aware enough to know that I can't marry myself. I deal with like a lot of anxiety, which I hide very well. Usually, most of the time, I think I hide it pretty well. I think if I married myself, I would feed into my own anxiety and I wouldn't be able to cope anymore with life. Yeah. Arm would 100% marry himself. Okay. Leo thinks it's gay. Okay. But Leo, you're bisexual, so it's fine. You can cope with it. I'm great at hiding my anxiety. Fingers peel off. Yeah, I'm great at hiding my anxiety. It's stress, but yes, fair enough. Nah, that a-hole wouldn't listen to me. No, I wouldn't marry myself. That would be a doom spiral. Hell no, not even a female version of myself. Best relationships I had were opposites of my personality. Yeah, I was talking about it with some folks who were hanging with me in Discord last night, and I was like, I need somebody in my life who's like kind of really chill and will like derail me and just kind of distract me. And that's one of the reasons why I'm very open to talking to people of different educational backgrounds, because I don't value a degree. I love my degree, you know, insofar as, you know, setting aside all the bullshit that I had to go through to get it. But like, I like my degree. I like achieving something that says I did it, right? But I do not, in my opinion, believe that having a degree makes you a valuable human being. And I'm very, very open to chatting with people of different educational backgrounds. And I always strive to not dismiss somebody who doesn't have a level of education, because they might be bringing other things to the table. And one thing that some folks bring to the table is a simplicity, a gentle spirit, a chill vibe that can help me stop spinning my wheels and just going nowhere, by just being present, you know. So personally, I think sometimes it's important for me to get away from myself. When I'm caught up in myself, usually, and my thoughts in my head, that's usually where I end up going into negative, pessimistic, like very, very argumentative. It's a spirit of dissension within myself, within my inner voice. And so actually not focusing on myself is usually for me the key to finding peace. Now, for some people, particularly women, they actually need to listen to them, like truly listen to themselves and figure out what it is they need and stand up and advocate for that. For me, it's the opposite. I need to like relax. Party would kill herself. Should I have said that out loud? Oh, Lord. I meant to say Party would not treat herself really well if she was dating herself as a clone. That's true. Gosh, no. That's why I don't chase relationships at all. Not only would I not marry myself, I don't much like the idea of subjecting anyone to myself for life. And that's another one, Shay. I think I would always be wondering, am I good enough? That's a huge issue with me. Am I being a good enough girlfriend? I think there's like a performative aspect to my character. So I would be like working very hard. I'd be stressed. The one time I crushed on a guy, I was stressing so hard because I just wanted to like be good enough for him. And I wasn't, but not for all, like there were some reasons why on a bad way that I wasn't good enough. And there was good reasons for why I wasn't good enough as well. Like it wasn't so simple. It wasn't his fault all the way either. Right. Sometimes you're just not the one. Yeah. You're saying I've been listening to the soundtrack while I write? Really? I think the Skyrim soundtrack by Jeremy Soule is peak. I wouldn't marry myself, but I'd be best friends with myself. I mean, Jonathan, that is actually a very fair one. That's why I have Emmy around. Yeah, I don't talk as much with the third friend, but the third friend was a different version of myself, a less obnoxious one. My mother is tangentially personality related to what I am, and she and Wooly are very close in how they talk and how they process things. So I guess Wooly would also probably fit into a category that's like tangential to Chieko, but not quite there. A plot for a new show. The serial killer that started with herself. That would be interesting. She would erase herself with a very, very sharp pencil. Wow. Okay. You should say, I didn't want to get married until I realized I was coping for greater fear of rejection. Now I hope I get married. But I'm okay not doing so. Hey, Epic. Fear of rejection is a real thing. That I do agree. Yep. Can I haul my weight as an equal partner in a relationship? Yeah, that's me. Wait, Shay can't hear the music I'm playing? What? Okay. Never thought I'd get married. Now I have an awesome hubby. Yep. Emmy was one of the people who was like, oh, I don't think I'm going to get married. But then she went and did. She found somebody. Generally, they think you should be worried if you don't consider yourself a good friend to yourself. Yeah. I agree, Sylvia's. I agree. I just think I wouldn't want me exactly, you know? I don't want me exactly. I don't mind me, but mostly, I don't mostly mind me. There's some ways in which Party and I are also very similar. Like, both Party and I love to think about things. We're both highly anxious people deep down. We both are very interested in maintaining our mental and emotional independence, sometimes to an unhealthy degree. We like to do things ourselves. I think I'm more likely to reach out for help and get people to help me because I'm a delegator. I always figure, why should I do this by myself? if it can get done faster with this person's help. So I'm more likely to reach out for help on certain things, but there's a level of independence, I think, that we both share. So Skyrim isn't WoW. No, Skyrim is not WoW, and it's not even the same composer. The composer for WoW was the composer for Guild Wars 2. Both of my sons just found girlfriends. They're both in their 20s. Congrats to Herman's sons. That's great. Their first girlfriends, yeah. Has anyone watched Scavenger's Reign, one of the best Western sci-fi cartoons in the past 5 years? No, I have not. Scavenger's Reign. No, I haven't. Why do you like it, Arm? Can you share a little bit about it? Like, what stands out to you? Is it the animation, the voice acting, the story the story plot, or whatever? Probably comes from having so many siblings and needing to take care of ourselves kind of thing. Yeah, probably. WoW has piles of composers. I think most MMOs have like composer teams. Like, I bet even though Jeremy Soule did Guild Wars 2, that Jeremy Soule still probably had to offload side content music to other people, but I could be wrong. Just waiting for Arm to weigh in here. Scavenger's Reign. I haven't heard of it before. How are we doing over here? Just gonna check. Okay. Super science fiction? Where's Simp? Has Simp seen Scavenger's Reign? Russell Brower did most of WoW's music. Arkenstone did some of it. My favorite tracks was a guest composition. Oh. The plot is character driven to a really good point. The world building is also amazing with a specular alien setting. Every character is interesting, even if they're terrible people. Interesting. Oh, you know, Arm, I love sci-fi, and the combo of Western with sci-fi, like Firefly, was always interesting to me. So I could see myself, given time. Yeah. I have enjoyed some of WoW's music. I'm not gonna lie. I have enjoyed music, but I'm very open to listening to different kinds of, games music without having played them. I don't need to play or watch something to enjoy it. You know what I mean? So, yeah, there's been a lot of WoW songs that I've really loved. Some of the Zone's music I loved more than other Zone music, but that's typical, right? 14 has the most robust soundtrack of any video game ever. I believe it does have a magnificent music list that most people aren't aware of. And very diverse, I would say. Very diverse. Maybe too diverse for some folks who aren't into certain types of music genres. But there have been moments in Final Fantasy XIV where you just want to stay in that zone forever. Or you just want to be in that cutscene forever. EFAP did a 6-hour review of Iron Giant. Oh. Okay. Did they give it a thumbs up? Did they give it a thumbs up, Anakin? It's not the vein of realistic science fiction. It's more like acid trippy, but it makes sense. I'll let Arm give finer details though. Okay. So Epic, do you give it a seal of approval? Assassin's Creed 2 and Assassin's Creed Brotherhood are the best soundtracks according to Emmy. Yes, I will say Assassin's Creed 2 is gorgeous. Brotherhood's pretty good. I didn't mind Black Flag either. I don't think any video game will ever come close to this soundtrack of 14 just because the sheer amount of tracks is simply insane. How many soundtracks did they say they had? I feel like they talked about it in an interview. There was a number. It was a ridiculous number. Yeah. Okay, so we got to take this with a grain of salt, okay, folks? But here's an AI overview. We got to take this with a grain of salt. But yeah, see here the hidden talent. Okay, so the composers of Final Fantasy XIV, primarily Masayashi Soken, although at the beginning it was Nobuo Uematsu. But he has a team of people, and together he and his team have composed over 384 original pieces by patch 3.45. Now you might be going, patch 3.45. What does that mean? 3.45 is Stormblood era. No, 1, 2, 3. Heavensward era. So we are currently in expansion 7.0. 7.0. Okay, so let this sink in, everyone, all right? 7.0. We're in 7.0. By 3.45, they had 384 original pieces. That's how much music is in Final Fantasy XIV. So I think it was Sim came in here one time and was like, it's repetitive. And I was like, you have no clue. Like, what are you talking about? They simply tend to reuse certain musical tracks to highlight the motif of the scene, to let you know, oh, this is the point of the scene. WoW compare? I am not sure. I wouldn't even know. But I can try. Google. It's not giving me a number, Shay. You'll have to, but maybe you can massage. You can massage. Yeah, you can massage ChatGPT to figure it out, probably. But let's just say, that that's at 3.45. So if we double it to get to 6.45, not including what's happening in up until now 7.3, we're easily within 800 to 1,000 tracks. But once again, I remember they did like a number or something at one point. WoW probably has 20 to 25 tracks per expansion. Really? How many zones do they release every expansion? Because usually for music in Final Fantasy XIV, they have for each expansion, they will have six zone day pieces, 6 zone night pieces. Then they will have 2 city day pieces and 2 city night pieces, because there's 2 city hubs that are introduced every single zone. And then every time, how many dungeons are present usually in an expansion? How many dungeons? Is it 5 or is it 6 dungeons? I'm trying to think. How many dungeons are per? I'm trying to mentally imagine my roulette. I should know this, right? 8 on expansion. Okay, so we have 8 dungeon pieces, and usually the boss will have its own distinct thing. Now, sometimes there is something that changes up. But that is generally that. And then there are 4 raids, 3 trials. 3 trials. So 3 trial pieces. And sometimes the 3 trials, if I recall correctly, might be actually 6 because of phase change music. So sometimes you'll start out with 1 piece of music and the phase change will happen, and then there's a second completely different piece of music. So these trial pieces we could actually count them as 6. Guys, let me know in chat if you agree or disagree. But usually when there's a phase change, the music will actually drop and change as well. 6 story, 2 extra. Okay, so then we'll say 10 dungeon. If we include extra dungeons, 10 pieces. How about that? 3 trials as well. Yeah. That is the most basic stuff. That's the most basic. We are not even talking about the new MSQ music that happens. Okay, and then there is MSQ music. And goodness knows, like, I don't even know how we would quantify that. And then, for example, there's a certain zone in Endwalker, I think everyone will know what I'm talking about, where the music changes as you progress the MSQ until it settles on a final piece. So they mess around. So we got 12 plus 4 is 16 plus 8, 24. Right? 16 plus 8 is 24. Plus 1 is 25. Plus 3. 25 plus 3 is 28. And then MSQ music. I would have to sit down and quantify that. Like, that would be a tough one. Am I missing anything? Main theme. Oh, right. Yes, main theme. Wait a minute. 25, 28, 29. Okay. So far we're at 29. But I just remembered something, guys. The zones usually will have aetheryte places on the map. And generally speaking, for each zone, 6 zone aetheryte music pieces. 6 maybe, and I have, is there a nighttime version for it as well? But you know what I'm talking about? So like if you zone into the wonderful and most gorgeous desert biome on the planet because of the amount of catboys that exist on that map. When you go into zone redacted, and you go to the Aetheryte, you hear one piece of music, but if you leave the Aetheryte town area and you go out into the wilds, the music changes into this gorgeous, amazing Western feeling kind of piece of music that's just grungy and amazing. Thirteen hundred individual compositions to date. Okay, see that seems around right. I would imagine that WoW would have a crap ton. So does the Aetheryte music change though? So 29 plus 6 is now, we're at 35. Does anyone know if the zone's Aetheryte music changes from day to night? I feel like it stays the same, but I could be wrong. We're now 35. Okay, so let's say 2.0 to 3.45, they had 345. And so if we extrapolate that from 3.45 to, that's 1.45. So, oh my gosh, I can't do math. Where's Simp when we need him? 3.45 plus 1.15 equals 4.6. You can see this. Okay. And then 4.6 plus 1.5 equals 6.1. This is going to be us guesstimating here. But can you guys see what I'm doing here? I hope, maybe not. Maybe it's too small. And then, now once again, this is very rough and ready. So this is very rough and ready. Like, I don't even know. Shadowbringers equals 140, 485. 345 times 3. Yeah. We got 1,035 given up to Endwalker. But I don't know. Like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. That's Endwalker post. That's not including Dawntrail. With Dawntrail, it would take us up to about 1300s. Okay, so Shay has, I do trust Shay's grok skills. I will say this because she knows how to do the deep searches. So this is Shay's. Thank you, Shay, for doing the footwork. I really appreciate this. Shay could be like my personal Hollywood Square, honestly. But anyhow, let's keep going. WoW is at 296 soundtrack featured songs and over 1,300 individual compositions to date. Final Fantasy has 710 soundtrack releases and 2,200 individual compositions, according to grok. Now, we need to verify this, of course. We need to get Masayashi Soken here. But All I'm going to say is this, okay? WoW and Final Fantasy XIV have been around for a long time, okay? Very old MMOs. WoW, longer, older. But I will say that in terms of the variety, the music changes from day to night. Is there a world record? Is that a world record? They should make a world record for the... Okay, so, oh, okay, this is interesting. Okay, sorry guys, chat has been derailed, but the longest piece of video game music recognized by Guinness World Records is Prime number 4507 from Echochrome 2, a continuous 1 hour, 15 minute, 7-second composition by Hideki Sakamoto. However, for the longest soundtrack defined by the number of original pieces of music, that's very key. RuneScape previously held the record with over 1,000 individual songs. Way to go, RuneScape. And Final Fantasy XIV held a record for its large number of original tracks, 384. The RuneScape previously held the record for most original pieces of music in a video game with 1,198 songs as of 2017. Longest credit goes to Final Fantasy XIV with end credits lasting 1 hour and 38 minutes. Interesting. This is an old number. They're only counting A Realm Reborn. I think if they piled in all of the other ones, yeah, interesting. Longest video game soundtrack. Yeah. All I'm saying is I love WoW's music. I'm never going to shit on WoW's music, especially after Azure Mist Isle. I have deep love. When I was in Elwyn Forest, deep love. When I was in that really dark forest, it's now slipped my mind. Deep love. I genuinely have enjoyed WoW's soundtrack. I'm never going to shit on WoW's soundtrack. WoW soundtrack is probably, for me, one of its draws. Highly recommend listening to WoW soundtrack. Very, very lovely. Skyrim, love it. You need to exclude atmospheric tracks from this list since they're basically filler. Not to me, they aren't. Had to be 14 with the most since world record, yeah. If WoW Zones had night schemes, it would be the same-ish, yeah. Largest soundtrack, I think. Yeah, WoW RuneScape had that much. Who knew, right? Quality over quantity for me. Yeah. Hearken. All I'm going to say is that WoW music is really amazing. Like probably one of my favorite. Okay, let's listen. It's going to my channel isn't really monetized. Let's be real here. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do it this way. Here. I'm going to show you my favorite. And when people hear this, they're going to be like, oh yeah, of course, right? Of course. This is probably one of my favorites. And the Invincible one, I love the Invincible one as well. But this one, peak. This is like peak for me. Oh man. This they'll be like, your channel. This is, I just get chills. This is like Lord of the Rings. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. It's just so pure. Just so pure. Yeah. Yeah, that's me, Arm. I love it. And it's not a lady. I mean, it could be a lady, but it could also be a boy. In Lord of the Rings, it was a boy. Ben Del Maestro. Oh, wait a minute. What? Where is that music playing? Oh. Sure. Okay, wait 1 second. Sorry. Need a new link. New link. Sorry, I just gotta chat with somebody. Lord of the Rings vibes for real? Oh yeah. Yeah. It's a choir boy. It's a choir boy. It's not a lady. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Atmospheric music lovers, yes. FromSoft's Soulsborne franchise is filled with amazing compositions. The main menu theme for Dark Souls 3. Okay, let's hear it. Dark Souls 3 main menu theme. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. This is a woman singing. This is not a boy, as far as I can tell. Very medieval. Very nice. That isn't the original one? That's not the original one. Okay. Where is it? This one? This one? It's very nice. Yeah. This doesn't strike me as a little boy singing though. This strikes me as women. Yeah. It could be a full boys choir. Yeah, it could be. Maybe with a female lead. I could believe that, Shay. I'll do one more I'll do one more for Final Fantasy folks in here. Since we're doing choir stuff, you might know which one I'm talking about. Yeah, Answers is another good one. If we're talking about choir. Although Answers does have choir as well. This is like Enigma, which is one of the most prettiest guy stuff. I mean, Answers is an obvious one. If you haven't seen the Answers, wait 1 second. Will it play? Yeah. SOCAN uses male choirs. It's one of the few. I don't know. I don't get me wrong. I like Arthas, my son, but there's something about male choirs that I love. Male choirs. OST is mostly sample choir lead vocals done by the composer. Interesting. Yeah, so it's not even real. Yeah. 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 It's the misogyny. Not a choir, but Flo has a warm spot in your heart, Wooly. Yeah. 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 We're going to fast forward a little. Yeah. Nobuo Uematsu. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, I like music. I love listening to music. Oh, man. Music is my jam. But I do agree that quantity is not as great as quality. But if you haven't played Final Fantasy XIV and seen the amount of musical work that they put into it, and if you haven't seen Alex Mukala talk about the music from Twinning, you haven't seen anything yet. Because there's a specific dungeon that uses a specific original piece of music that relies on motifs from other pieces of music, and it's intended to tell a story just through the music. So even if you know the motifs, then you know exactly what kind of story and what exactly is at play just from listening to the music. And when Alex Mukala broke it down, it was like 4D chess. It was unbelievable. Probably one night Epic wants to talk about Final Fantasy XIV. So one night I will probably do like a sit down and chat about Final Fantasy XIV, and maybe we can react to Mukala's explaining that song. But it's one of those things where you realize that they weren't just making music to sound good. They weren't putting music in the background to kind of be a filler. They weren't creating music that was intended to keep you hooked into the game, keep you playing. They were trying to create an actual story with the music, like a literal language, if you will. But yeah. Gregorian group covered Invincible. You cried. There is a guy called Scar Production who basically he does rock covers, and he did a rock cover mashing up Invincible with Arthas, I believe, and it was chilling, bone chilling. We need more Gregorian chant. Yes. Scar is awesome. Yes, I agree, Ben. Absolutely. Hope you're doing well tonight. I'm addicted to answers, says Dane. Yes, Dane is great. Find the Flame for 16. Find the Flame. Wait one sec, folks. But if you like male choirs, Final Fantasy XIV has a ton of stuff that is male choir oriented, and the one that I showed you that is in a specific zone, I didn't want to play it too much because we have some people in here, but there's some pieces, let's just say this, there's some places, we were talking about this with some folks. We're talking about where would you go in Final Fantasy XIV to remember or to just be like, just to feel the music. And Amarang for me is one. Pegothon's another one. The House of Seven in Yansha, bizarrely enough, has one of the most beautiful themes ever. There is what was it? The Rasenkyo temple. What was it called? Is it the Ryzen temple? Let's see. Yeah. This one. Bizarrely enough. Now this might be a cover. Yeah. Yeah. This might be a Racing temple. It sounds a little bit weird. It doesn't sound as warm as it does in the game. Let's see. I guess it. Yeah. But anyway. There's like a... Is everyone else hearing like a weird shimmery edge thing to the music? Anyway. Like, they just have like these little corners of their game that has beautiful, beautiful music. Okay, let's see this. Let's fast forward a bit. Are we listening to a mixed choir? I feel like that had male and female in it. I think that had male and female in it. Very energetic. I actually like it. I like a lot of Nobuo Uematsu and Soken. I listen to Find the Flame in a way every time I do writing for my 14 character. Oh, interesting. Flow. Okay, you know what? Wooly mentioned flow. Let's do one more. Flow. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I have awaited you patiently. I can't show you the video because we got some people in chat who haven't seen 14. Anyway. Gonna fast forward a bit. Anyway. Oh, man. Oh, that's bringing tears to my eyes. I agree, Wooly. Very good. Yeah. Yeah. I agree. Flo is... Yeah. All I can say is I loved Azure Mist. I've loved lots of Zone music and WoW. I'm very open to listening to music. I remember being in a certain zone when the music kicks in Endwalker, the zone that happens before this particular song comes to its full fruition. And I remember just crying because of the lyrics. And there are songs in Final Fantasy XIV that were composed when Masayashi Soken was diagnosed with cancer, and he was undergoing cancer treatments, and it was during COVID, so he could basically be at the hospital, and he didn't let any of his coworkers know that he was at the hospital with with cancer. And he composed a very powerful piece for 5.3. I think it's called To the Edge or something like that. I forget. But it's basically about, finding hope and fighting, and instead of wallowing and giving into despair and being like, my time is over, he was fighting, and he kept working, and he didn't let anyone know that he was extremely ill. They didn't, nobody knew. And he did it because he didn't want to be treated differently because of his illness. Sometimes out of the most difficult parts of your life, you can create something very meaningful. A way is better than find the flame. Azim Step. Yeah, Azim Step is a good one. Ryzen Temple theme. Yeah, so good. I'm gonna end on one hokey one. Okay, this one, guys, you're gonna hate it, but I love it. So my sister's husband showed this one time to me. Let's see if I can find it. You guys are gonna hate me for this. But if I ever need cheering up, where is it? Oh no. Was the extended taken out? Wait 1 second, boys. Just gonna do this. Oh yeah, I found it. Okay. You guys are gonna hate me. Did anyone here ever play Wild Arms 2? I didn't. But my Tickler's hubby sent me an extended... This is not the video, unfortunately. I can't find the extended anywhere. But, oh my lord. So chirpy, so different from everything else we've listened to. Ba ba da ba ba da da ba da 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 ba da 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 da. Guys, you can't see me, but I'm wriggling in my desk chair. Ba da 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 da. Ba da ba da ba da ba ba. Anyway. Absolute. Should have thrown on Papaya. I like this one because it doesn't have a breathy female voice. But yeah. Wild Arms. It's old. That's all I know. And I've never played this game. I wouldn't know it. Right? Wouldn't know it. But this song is so 90s. It is wild. It's wild. But guess what? Every now and then I put it on because it has a spirit of energy and hopefulness. So Dormant Craving, FF 60 seconds. That version has the lyrics. It's such a soothing song. I agree, Miro. Flow lyrics hit me, says Wooly. Lyrics in general are very important to me. I agree. If the song has lyrics, I do sometimes, I get very interested in seeing what the lyrics are saying. I would say, yeah, I would say that the lyrics can be extremely important. I will agree. The lyrics, I think, for Flow are... I'll catch your tears, quench your fears with joy, till you near the shore, where in time all shall as hope be reborn. Hush, close your eyes, and in sleep abide. The sun's distant light echoes down to dreams below. Know you will wake on winds rise again, for this journey's end is but one step forward to tomorrow. So good, guys. So if you like music, I always like to just kind of let YouTube algorithm take me to weird places. But yeah, Dormant Craving is from Arknights, Lone Trail. Oh, Dormant Craving. Wait 1 second. Wait 1 sec. There. Dormant Arknights. Dormant Craving. I like it, Wooly. I put it in my favorite music list. Thank you, Wooly. Thank you, thank you. The music and lyrics might give you whiplash. I don't care. I like it. I like it. What single player game has the greatest OST? Okay, folks, line it up in chat. I know Emmy will say Assassin's Creed 2, and I'm not going to lie. Assassin's Creed 2 is pretty banger. There is one soundtrack in Dragon Age Inquisition that to me is life. I genuinely love the Witcher 3 soundtrack. Genuinely enjoy it. Especially when I got to Skellige. I felt like I was returning home in Skellige. White Orchard. The music, I just like the music in the Witcher series. It's just really solid. What other music do I listen to? Bizarrely enough, never played it, but I love the music for Celeste. I will re-listen to that. Ori and the Blind Forest, Journey by Austin Wintory. Which other ones would I listen to on repeat? That's usually a sign to me that something great is going on if I listen to it on repeat. Assassin's Creed 2 is just so peak. Yeah, it's just so beautiful. Oh man. What was the one with was it Across the Rooftops? Let's see here. Let's see. No. I mean, that one's a good one too, but yeah, here we go. Yeah. Yeah, that gives me nostalgia. Holy moly. Holy moly. I love Assassin's Creed. What does chat think? Planet of Luna. Okay. It's really good. Sticking with Claire Obscure. Donkey Kong Country OST gives me nostalgic chills. I know some people who would agree with you, probably Sylvius. It's a coin flip for FF7 or Chrono Cross. FF7. Yeah, I get that. Don't make me choose. I'm putting a banana to your head, Ben. You have to choose. Choose now. Look at Leo. He's just reeling them off. Chrono Trigger. Kingdom Come Deliverance. Batman Arkham games. Skyrim. Agree on Skyrim. Minecraft? Really? Rayman Legends. I think I've heard some Rayman Legends. I think I heard some. FF6, not FF7. Okay. Ori is amazing. Yep. Oh, Party really likes some of this music she found in a point and click game. I wonder if I have it around here. Soulsborne. Yep. New Doom games have kick-ass music. Agree. Armored Core 6 has some banger tracks. If you like heavy electronic music, I love that. Please, guys, if you're sitting on this music, you gotta put it in the music channel already. Come on. Maybe the soundtrack in those Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War Lord of the Rings games. Don't know, but I would believe. Hyper Life Drifter has an OST that really fits the game. Yeah. OMG, I listened to that one you played on accident back to back with Snake Pit. From Vikings, they're so back to back. Single player is hard. Yeah. I listened to the one you played on accident. Oh, right. Yeah. Yep. I can literally hear Fallout radio in my head right now. Bizarrely enough, Fallout 4 has some interesting soundtracks that I really love. Science and Secrecy was one of my favorites, I think, from there. Bloodborne has top tier orchestral pieces. I believe it. I believe it. I also actually like the open world music for, was it Elden Ring? It has that really like kind of like really sad. Okay, here. Pulling up. Let's see what this. This is Parties. Very pretty. Very pretty. Yeah. Kind of crazy for a point and click game. It's very pretty. Yeah. What is this one? Oh, I think this is from Party as well. This is from another point and click, right? Yeah. Party sends me her point and click OSTs. I always love it. Guys, absolutely post your stuff in the music chat. I may not respond to every post, but I do listen to a lot of your music and I love finding out new music. Please send. Legend of Dragoon. Okay. Don't know that one. FF7 remake tracks are banger. Oh, Assassin's Creed, Black Flag. Oh, I agree. KOTOR's big tracks. Okay. Temple of Time tracks from across Zelda games. It's hard to get over. Yeah. Halo. Oh, Halo. Yeah. Yeah. I even like Halo 4, but once again, I don't play the game, so I don't have any positive or negative feeling about the game. I just like the soundtracks. Famous Kingdom Hearts menu music. Halo, Clair Obscur, Grandia. Okay. It took Ben the threat of a banana, but he got there. I mean, I have heard nothing but good things about Clair Obscur as a whole, and I've heard that the music is like out of this world. I will also say I never played the game myself, but thanks to Final Fantasy XIV, I was exposed to the Nier series music, which is really good. But I never played it myself. Please play Clair Obscur. I will get there one day, Sylvius. I will get there. Theme for Halo 2 is on my work playlist. Nier Automata is trippy. Yeah, I don't know about the game. Never played the game, but the music, I genuinely enjoy a lot of the music. Yeah, she needs to finish 16 first. I should try to run it, even just on my own, and see how it runs. I gotta try to run it with my new CPU. I upgraded from a Ryzen 3 to a Ryzen 7, so that might help. Or KOTOR, yes, one of those two. Or how about this? Crafting leveling crafters. I'm working on capping my crafters right now. Yes. The jump. What is the jump arm? Yeah, do crafting. Yeah. I got the 6 that were up or whatever, Ben. I got them up to 97. And I'm working on... Okay, guys. This will be the last derailment, okay? But for Final Fantasy players out there, I've been working on capping my crafters so that I can make some material things for relic weapons. And it's been a lot of fun. It's gotten me into the game. I've been having a lot of fun relaxing at night. And when I finish my work, I get my writing done or whatever. Like I will log on and I'll do some. But I hit 0 gil last night, which was fun. This was after I logged like after we stopped chatting in Discord. I hit 0 gil. And I was in, I want to say, oh, where was I? I feel like I was somewhere in the Shroud, and I needed to get to Yancha. So I had to make my way to New Gridania by flying because I couldn't afford Aetheryte travel. Then I had to sell some stuff very quickly, checked in with retainers, picked up enough money to take an airship to Limsa, took a ship to Kugane, and then hand flew to Yancha, got the materials I needed. But then it was 3:45 p.m. Eorzea time. There was another node that was going to come out at 6 p.m. Eorzea time in Eastern Thanalan. So what did I decide to do? I decided to do something really stupid. I decided to use the return button, which was unfortunately, for various reasons, set to a certain zone in Endwalker that is in the place where the music was playing from earlier with the male choir. All I'm going to say is the word bunnies, and you'll know what I'm talking about. And then I had to fly across that map, click on something to go to a certain snow zone in Endwalker. Then I had to go through that to get to Alamigo. Then I had to fly through Alamigo. And while I was there, I picked up other mats that I needed. And then I went from Alamigo to, what does Alamigo open into? Gridania. And then I had to fly into the East Shroud. Then I had to fly through East Shroud back to New Gridania and take another airship to Ul'dah, and then fly from the Gates of Nald to Eastern Thanalan through Western Thanalan. Anyway, it was mind-blowing how much of the game there is that you see if you don't have money for Aetheryte travel. I had 0. Yes, I had 0 gil. So I was hand driving around to various locations. I made it, guys. I made it. But yeah. Pretty cool. Okay. I'll click on it, Ro. Let's see. It's very artistic, Royal. Oh, she transformed? No? I'm just seeing popsicles. I guess they're like souls or whatever, or memories of people. Oh, he was hit by a car. Sag. They're all souls. They're like experiencing the memories of the souls. Meanwhile, I'm looking at them as popsicles, tampons. Uh-oh. Wow. This is why you should never jump off a bridge. That's very sad. Very, very sad. Oh, okay. Very cool. Hellblade 2, I think, is out. Yeah. It was out. But it was underwhelming because it was really short. People were like, wow, it's really short. And then the devs got a little squiffy. Good night, Sylvius. Maybe we'll see you next time. Rest well. I'll donate next time I'm on. Oh, don't worry, Ben. It was really fun being forced to think strategically in the game with less skill. And I'm sure when I log on, my retainers will have some money for me. I've been selling a lot. And we're almost there, Ben. It will be really great when we finally get our... yeah, the soundtrack for Highland 2 should be out. Just a short pregame. Yeah, terrible. I'm terrible. But honestly, guys, I love music. If you ever want to share music, please share music in our music channel. Because to me, music is one of the things that I'm always willing to try out and listen to. All kinds. The only music I really don't like is like pop country. I'm not a fan of pop country. But I just love listening to different kinds of music. So if you have them, please send in your recommendations. I appreciate that. Okay, we're going to watch this video. I forget who recommended it. It's called The 7 Levels of Fantasy. It's by Daniel Green, who was, if you recall, I believe he's a writer. He's a writer, right? Anyway, he does YouTube. He does a lot of book talk. And then he was, I think we brushed up against him. I think we reacted to one of his vids, maybe. Anyhow, yeah, so he is a writer. He actually has written something. Claps in chat for Daniel Green completing something. That's fantastic. But then I recall, like, he's the guy that was accused of something, right? And it was just, like, really cringy. Yeah. Send their mixtapes. Oh, yeah. Grabs convert to country pop tracks. Go for it. Go for it, Shay. He's a YouTuber. I love dark country, though. Like Blues Saraceno is probably one of my favorites. I really do love dark country. And I like folk country stuff. Daniel does have some novels out. Yeah. How good are they? Don't know. Don't care. He's the guy who cheated on his wife. Yeah, with the crazy girl who then accused him of something. Fantastic stuff. I remember the cognitive dissonance when she said, I reached out to his girlfriend / wife because I know what it's like to be cheated on. When she's the other woman, I was like, wow. You know when you lack self-awareness when. Do you know Grace Pettis? No, I do not, Shay. I'm still listening to the musical songs. Thunderbringer, I wish to turn into G-Pose comic. His novels are a bit bad. He's copying Robert Jordan, but he's not writing long novels. Yeah, I wouldn't know. His writing style clashes with the length of his novels. I feel like that's not... I can't agree with that criticism, but he still might be not great for other reasons. Grace is like the country pop folk version of Lorena IMO. Okay, I'm open. I like Lorena, so professional homeworker. Look, if you want to cheat on your partner with someone else, own it. Don't get on a moral pedestal. Now, Daniel is no doubt in my mind an amoral/immoral person who made a really gross choice to cheat on his partner. I do not condone that behavior. But don't go on YouTube and start crying because you were disappointed about where the relationship went and get on a moral pedestal when you were the one fucking around with the guy. Like, get out of here. I actually couldn't finish her video because my skin was crawling. But Shay and Party were champs and got through it. But I have no time or patience for women who are part of the problem and then go online and try to shame the men when they took part in it as well. Like, you got to take ownership for being the douche as well. I think in the future he might leave her for a guy. Don't care. That's his life. As long as he's not doing anything illegal, as long as everything's consensual, I don't care what you're doing in the bedroom, guy or girl. But you need to be not cheating on your partner. That's gross behavior. Obviously. I don't know. I have Instagram PTSD now, thanks. Oh, do you remember her Instagram? Oh, Lord, it was bad. They turned the Odyssey into a musical and a lot of people did animations for it. No, I have not heard it. Epic put it in the recommendations. Okay. Stuff for me to check out later. This is exciting. So anyway, we're going to listen to Daniel Green. It can't be worse than Right Conscious, surely. At least he has a board that's full of writing. So let's see, guys, how cogent is he? How put together is he? Is his title appropriate to what he's going to talk about? Is he organized? Is he thoughtful? And finally, do we agree with him? So let's get into watching this. Let's see here.
Recently, I was doom scrolling my life away and I saw that there was a video released about the rap genre called The 7 Levels of Rappers. And it was a remarkably well done video that I only had a couple of gripes with. Well done. But it made me think, why hasn't someone done the 7 levels of fantasy books? I looked through the YouTubes and couldn't come across a single gosh darn one. It's gonna be me. So in this video, I'm going to be giving my subjective opinion on what the 7 levels of fantasy books are, with examples and definitions abound. And I highly encourage anyone else to make their own version of this, whatever you'd like to do, because this is going to be a good old fun time. Let's enjoy ourselves.
I appreciate right out of the gate, he adds nuance to what he's saying here by saying that this is a subjective look. He is also promising us definitions. I am a huge fan of that. I feel, though, that if you've done your research and you know what you're talking about, you don't have to... How can I say this? There is a difference between being nuanced and being soy. And if you have to preface almost everything you say with sort of, kind of, maybe, possibly... when you're not, the motivation is because you're afraid of making going on a limb and making an objective statement of fact. I think that's like soy behavior. So I appreciate nuance and people being very specific about what they're talking about and what they're not talking about, and also kind of explaining the differences or the splitting of hairs. I'm fine with that. But I also appreciate it when someone says, this is my definition and this is what I'm standing on. Or I like this or I don't like this. Or this is bad or this is good. Now, you can say, if your motivations for saying something without nuance or with a lot of nuance is about, let's say your motivation for using nuance is because you want to be very cautious and careful about a particularly tricky topic. I appreciate that. I really respect that. But there are some people who use nuanced language to duck out of being responsible for what they are saying. And that is a main beef I have with some writers. Not writers, reviewers on YouTube who are like, I'm just a guy. And if you know who I'm referring to, you know who I'm referring to when I say that. There are a lot of people out there who are like, this is just my opinion. And I appreciate that when they just say, it's my opinion. This is just me doing a quick review. This is just a quick impressions. But there's some people who want to destroy the concept of an objective standard and objectivity in general. And the first step they do is by saying, I'm just a person, at which point in time you might as well get off of the internet and just shut up. Because anyway, long story short, I appreciate that he is trying to do legwork, which is more than I can say for some people who just get on and ramble. Although, like, I'm trying to force myself to just do any YouTube video and ramble. But as soon as I start rambling and I start listening to what I said when I'm like editing, I can't. So like, yeah, anyway, let's keep going.
Starting with level 1. These are con artists and AI slop. If you had actually asked me a couple of years ago what level 1 of fantasy books would be, I pretty much would have adjusted down my 2 to 1. But unfortunately in that time frame, I have both consumed AI slop content and books written by con artists. And it is truly a miserable experience. There is no appreciation for the craft and art of writing here. It is people trying to make money, believing crafting a story is somehow an easy path to success, or they're just trying to take advantage of a new technology and spew out crap as a side hustle. There is absolutely no care from the creator for the text put out, because usually the creator behind it lacks the capacity to actually understand why people enjoy art. These are not worth your time to even read as bad reads. They're just miserable. I put it really well at the end of my Mission Earth review by the infamous L. Ron Hubbard. It's absolutely not worth your time. It's not interestingly bad. It's not so crazy that you can pull away some valuable insight into just how insane L. Ron Hubbard was. All that is here is an egotistical raving of a narcissist. And we have enough of that in our world. One could even say it's common. I want to stress enough that no matter who you are, if you decided to pick up a typewriter and start plucking away today, as long as your intent was to craft a story people could enjoy and you genuinely wanted to make it, the end result would be better than anyone in this category is capable of. You are a better author than these individuals. They don't even understand sentence structure a lot of the time. Calling it trash would be an insult. Level 1 is
One chick's brunette, the other was blonde. I heard their fathers had stocks and bonds.
Level 2, I'm calling for...
Okay, I'm going to stop right there and say that I like his level 1. I like his definition for level 1. I agree on his level 1. But did you notice he goes from con artists and AI slop to forgotten failures? And maybe it's because of my personal experience in my work, but I feel that between level 1 and level 2, we could add in here ghostwriters and their clients. Now, I'm not trying to say that all ghostwriters are shitty, okay? They can go from 2, 3, like they could be 4, like a brain candy, not challenging, popular. So they could range from storyteller up to like a writer. So ghostwriters can be anywhere between a 1, a 4, and a 5. I don't think that they would, they might eventually be forgotten failures, etc., etc. But what I'm trying to say is, like, there's something really special about some ghostwriting clients I've had they weren't con artists and they weren't pro AI, but they were certainly, and they loved their idea, but they didn't love their idea to want to work on it enough. Does that make sense? I almost feel like they could get their own special category between 1 and 2, or 1 and 2. Like, I guess you could maybe slot them in somewhere between 2, 3, and 4, depending on like how the client is behaving. But I definitely feel like there have been some ghostwriters who were con artists and used AI slop. And then I think there have been ghostwriters who are just storytellers and ghostwriters who are just writers, right? But one thing that he's talking about here is the motivation behind the person who's involved in the creative process. And I just feel like there are some ghostwriters who fall close to 1, but they're not quite at 1. Clients who told me, I want to write this, and when I asked them if they'd ever read a book similar to that genre, they had not. So they loved their idea. They were obsessed with their vision, but they simply had no skill or framework to even talk with a professional like myself to help me write it. And almost all of those clients that I worked with never got to a book writing stage. And the few that did get to a book writing stage nearly broke me as a writer. Ron Hubbard isn't that bad. Sort of Thief person did AI slop study. I think AI won over professional writers. I mean, some ghostwriters are absolute shit, right? And some normal writers are shit. Isn't Dan a con artist? He published something so bad he had to put it out of the market? Possibly. Also, remember, there's a difference between con artist and somebody who just fails, right? Maybe Daniel's books go into forgotten failures. You know what I mean? I mean, who hasn't done that, really, honestly? Everyone, I think, goes through these stages. Like, if you don't keep fighting to keep putting stuff out, getting feedback, and iterating, you're going to remain at number 2. The idea, I think, would be that you aren't going to stay at one level. You're going to move upward. That's the goal, I think. And I will say this, that if you are a writer and you have not completed a project and gotten public feedback on it, I don't think you should be throwing stones, right? People who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. Try to get something out, get feedback, and actually see where you're at. Then you'll kind of respect the grind to get up there. There are lots and lots of people I've worked with, and there's myself, of course, my own self, who have big dreams about doing well. But just because we have big dreams about doing well and we practice a lot doesn't mean that everything we put out is going to be great. So you gotta be careful. There's a reason why LRH has a religion behind him. Now I want to read an AI book so I can tell where people F up with it. A ghostwriter is the equivalent of a bad fashion designer seamstress. Kind of, yeah. They can suck or be masters of the craft, but it doesn't matter as long as the designer sucks, basically. They like the idea of being a writer, but not the reality of it. Yeah, basically. So, like, if you don't... This is where... But you talk to them, guys, this is why I'm not putting them in con artists, okay? They legitimately believe in their narrative. That's the funny thing, right? They legitimately believe in it. They want it to be good. They just have no concept whether they're actually good. And so that's where I feel like it's just really weird. I think ghostwriters are in a very special niche, and their clients, if we're talking simply about motivation, their clients are really weird because it's almost like they're wannabe storytellers. But because they haven't done the work, they are more closer to con artists than actual storytellers. Even if it's great, nothing guarantees success. Yeah. I've never read Hubbard, so I wouldn't know if he's good or bad. But yeah, I don't care for some of his other stuff, but whatever, doesn't really matter. We're talking about levels, and I think I would just, I don't know, maybe it's just me. Maybe I just kind of picked up there. But motivation for writing is, I think, a big deal. It will determine quite a lot. And I think if you're determined to even just get to 5, right? If you're determined to get to 5, just getting to number 5 will take everything out of you. Like, it will take everything out of you. Hubbard is bad, but not that bad. I mean, like we said, maybe Daniel has like a little bone to pick with Hubbard. But hey, we all have little bones to pick, don't we? So it is what it is. Let's keep going.
Forgotten Failures. These are books who are not entertainingly bad. They are not something that people can gather much from. Even if they had some commercial success, the impact they've left with fans or on the genre is borderline indetectable, if there's anything at all. You often will still find unoriginal stories, poorly thought out plots, no understanding of the beauty of writing. These at best are very rudimentally fine in terms of their stylization. And there's a trend I have found among books I would put in this category where the author is, while they may not be a straight up con artist, very ego driven, believing that they don't need to put in the time and effort to become one of the greats, that they'll just naturally be able to spin out a book that shakes the foundations of science fiction or fantasy purely because, oh, these are dumb nerds and I'm pretty great, watch me do it better. You also find things like The Fifth Sorceress in here. Many times they are just telling the Tolkien story again. And then you will also find franchise failures here as well. Like whatever the hell Rebel Moon was doing, putting out books and comics. Just stop. That's not passion driven at all. And most importantly, well, the con artists and AI slop might actually put a sense of revulsion in you. At level 2, you very often are going to find yourself just going through what is a flat read. In terms of execution of things like world building, it'll be minimal or incredibly derivative. If there are any original ideas, they will.
He added here, so much junk from the 70s is here.
Will likely actually clash with overall tone or any semblance of a theme that fails to be coherent once the climax is reached. This is the trash. It's stuff where you'll be very hard pressed to find anyone ranking something from this category anywhere near their top 20 reads of all time, let alone a favorite. While there is AI slop in one, Forgotten Failures at least are human-driven slop. And an important note that actually differentiates 1 from 2 even more is 2 is commonly mocked or brought into circles like BookTube just to poke fun at because, you know, rant reviews are popular. 1 is hard to find. Like, you don't see a whole lot of people reading L. Ron Hubbard books because, like, you actually have to know the genres well to eventually discover these things that, quite frankly, I would even say fans of the genre are kind of more ashamed of than anything else.
Gucci gang, 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 Gucci gang. Spread their racks on new.
Which this is then going to take us to level.
So maybe the clients that I worked with who loved their stuff and had no clue probably would go into Forgotten Failures. Hubbard founded Scientology. Gore isn't that bad. I am not surprised. This is now making Simp make more sense. Hubbard founded Scientology. Maybe. I'm not a fan of Scientology. Just gonna say that. Gore books also sell decently. Yes. Daniel didn't read these writers. What a surprise. Surely he wrote, Okay. Do you know that Audra Wintory, would Audra Wintory's first version of her astrology book Would that go into Forgotten Failures? Like, would Audra Wintory go into Forgotten Failure or Con Artist? Simp is saying Con Artist. Audrey is a con artist. Do you think you're looking at it that way because of the marketing, Simp? Because she put so much into the marketing? Is it a forgotten failure or simply unread to begin with? Okay, so I think the idea is that the book was picked up by some people, Epic. They read it and they were so unenthused after finishing it that they put it down and never recommended to other people. So it's let's talk about it as like legs. Do you know how like some people talk about video games or films as having legs? So like the legs of some books are extremely short because there's nothing there, so no one recommends it, and so it's forgotten. So that's, I think, how we could view forgotten failures, how they happen. She's just lying. She said it was edited, but it's not. Okay. People are saying she's a con artist because of her response to the backlash. Okay. So the assumption is the book had decent exposure. If that's the case, I can get behind it. Yeah. So it would be like, let's say like 5 books release Epic, and one of them is a forgotten failure. It will have all the same exposure as the other ones. No more, no less. But it will simply not rise above whatever it is because the word of mouth will not carry it. You can pick up on 20 mistakes in the first chapter. Ugh. Yikes. Oh man, makes me want to see it actually with my own 2 eyes just to see, you know. Poor girl. But I say poor girl, but at the same point in time, like, you brought it on yourself, you know? I don't know. I just I think the only reason why I could foresee myself putting her in con artist is because of the marketing. I think if you just put out a shitty book on Amazon with a, you know, the reading sample, people could look at the sample and then you would just be a forgotten failure. Do you see what I'm saying? But she got people in on a Kickstarter. And that to me is where the problem lies, because people gave you money in order to commit on a vision and you failed. So that's a scam. You know what? I'm talking my way into Audra Wintory. Thanks, party. I'm talking my way into putting her in con artist. Simp is winning me over here. Simp is winning me over here. I'm winning myself over. I just feel like if you start a Kickstarter and you haven't put the work in and you're promising your customers a product and that product is not met, that's a scam, right? And I recognize editors are expensive. I'm not going to get into it, but yeah. For example, she has a paragraph and a page later the paragraph is repeated. That was on the first chapter. Oh no. Oh no. How? How did that happen? I gotta see this to believe it. Leo, do you think a copy of the book is out there somewhere? How? Oh my lord. Okay, yeah. Simp, do that for us. That sounds... Okay, guys. I'm going to give you Chieko's breakdown. Okay, this is how I do it. Okay, so I do all of my pre-writing, and I do a shit ton of it because I'm an architect. All right, you can ignore that part if you're a gardener. Okay, then we get to the writing stage. So while writing, keep an eye on basic spelling and punctuation with writing aids. So, like, for example, I have this writing aid right here. And it will, let's say I put in the word transform. So this will tell me, uh-oh, there's a problem. And so I can change while I'm writing, right? So that's just, so you can see here, I ignore sentence recommendations because no one is telling me how to write a sentence. I do that on my own. Thank you very much. Okay. And then, but I don't worry about anything else. I worry about nothing else. Like if there's like a severe grammatical issue where I don't understand the sentence, I'll go back quickly and just, organize it. But I almost always write complete sentences straight out of the get-go. Like I don't faff around with my grammar. Then we get to revising. So at this stage, I set it aside for about 3 days. Okay. Then I return and I read through for plot and character consistency. I just double check how, like, the full flow of the story. And so I'm asking, does it make sense? Right? Is the pacing correct? Right? Did I include tropes? Etc., etc. Like the most big picture stuff, right? Like really big picture. And sometimes at this stage, I may do major rewrites, potential major rewrites at this stage, if something has really gone wrong. Now, for me, that is rare, but it has happened to me where I've written something, and actually sometimes at this stage here, I can feel if something's going wrong. So at this stage here, may feel something is going wrong, major rewrites or rethinking. But that's a rare issue for me, but it can happen. And then we get to the revising editing stage where I am revising on a sentence level. So it's line editing, revising on sentence level or paragraph level, not chapter level. And for this one, usually I'll read it through again and tweak things. Then finally we get to editing. And this is where things start getting crazy because I don't have an editor. So what we do here is I read out loud. I read every single word of my book out loud. And triple check as much as I can. Does this mean that my draft is perfect? No, because obviously as the writer, I'm going to be way too close. It having an editor give you pushback and question you is way more better than having nothing. But if you can't afford it for whatever reason, then yeah. You have to read it out loud. If you do not read your book out loud, you have made a major error. What does everyone say? I have it downloaded. Oh my Lord, simp. Oh, I need to have a look at that. I remember editing my first published work, even going back after it was live to make edits. It was stress. Epic. I cannot. I feel you. I feel you. Sometimes it's just better not to go back. You know what I mean? I read once that if you're self-editing, you must at minimum read your second or third draft out loud, recording yourself 2 weeks after you last work on it. Something like that could have prevented it. See? Shay knows what I'm talking about. Shay knows what I'm talking about. You have to read it out loud. You have to read it out loud. Yeah, recording yourself, have not considered that. I think recording myself, possibly gutting. Okay. All right. I'm attacked by my own Lala. All right. All right. But yeah, sometimes you got to gut it. Sometimes at the writing stage, you will have to gut stuff. Like I said, I don't like it. It usually means I did something wrong earlier in pre-writing. I'm not going to get into it right now on stream, but this recently happened to me where I realized in my pre-writing stage, I made a grave an error, serious and grave error. But triple checking as much as you can. And Shay mentioned 2 weeks. That often also helps. So after this here, you might want to take a break for 2 weeks. And in some cases, if you're really proud of your work, you might have to wait like a month or 2 before going back because you'll just feel too good about it. This is if you're doing it on your own. Obviously, if you have an editor coming in and doing it for you, totally different because they will start picking at things right away, which will make you feel terrible. It will make you feel terrible. Take care, Miro. Rest well. Sleep well. Oh, what do we have here? A tea. Yeah, Chick was reading it out loud. Yeah, I read out loud. I'm a huge believer. I tell my students to read out loud. If you're reading your story out loud and it sounds strange to you, something's probably wrong. You know, something's probably wrong. Oh, thank you. Yes, thank you. Hallelujah. Okay, so while this is loading, let's go back. Okay, let's go on.
3. I specifically want you to pay attention to the name of level 3. These are people who tell you stories. What I find very common at level 3 is an author had a good idea, but none of the experience or education required to execute it well in a storytelling format. And so it kind of just ends up feeling, well, there might be an interesting idea or something positive at the core of the story. You're more just following the ramblings of someone trying to convey something without any technical ability to do so. Every now and then, you might even come across a sentence or two that raises your eyebrow and you go, well, that was all right. But it's hard to feel too bad because many of the people who end up in this category are trying to chase trends, or their quote unquote originality comes from them getting heavily inspired by one author and doing what they did before with a very minor twist. That being said though, there's going to be a ton of people's guilty pleasure reads at level 3. You're aware of the flaws, you know it's not perfect, but it's got that special spice, maybe an element, maybe a quirk that appeals to you in a way where, yeah, in your brain, it's a couple levels up, even if in public conversation, you might quietly just admit, yeah, it's not that awesome. Probably the most common problem, though, that keeps authors or stories chained into this space is the consistency of flat characters, except possibly 1 or 2 exceptions that are clearly the characters the author actually cares about, which is a level of nuance to writing that, yeah, those at the higher levels understand everything's got to feel alive. And so that breathing environment that you are so craving when you go into a fantasy world is unable to feel real because there's just cardboard most of the time filling in the personalities, and by extension much of the world comes across rather lacking depth as well. You can also be lumped into this category just from having egregious violations of other kinds that end up sinking your overall works. Many things I would put in here are the Sword of Truth series, John Carter of Mars, The Inheritance Cycle, and Forgotten Realms. I know some people are going to be mad at me, including a couple of those names here, but if you look at what this video is trying to be, the levels of fantasy book, I am not saying level 3 is bad. It's mid. And if you look at the full scope of the fantasy sci-fi space and then also compare it to what Forgotten Realms is most of the time, yeah, it ends up right in here. And I will say Forgotten Realms is a good example of not every criticism I put from one of these categories is going to apply to every single book. For example, I think the scope of Forgotten Realms is actually well enough structured to be consistently a source of joy for that series. But very often at level 3, you will find stories that completely fail to build their scope and presence on the page, that rambling through the story just makes it feel like you are never actually building something out. Nothing exists beyond the room the characters currently occupy. What is more common here is interesting concepts that are good on paper, but are rarely developed into anything truly amazing or epic.
When I do that, soldier boy, I lean to the left, then crank that thing now. I'm jocking on you.
But I am happy to say I consistently see authors over their careers work their way out of level 3 and into level 4, which is what I would call true storytellers. These are the
Yeah. Okay, so let's pause right here. Let's see if Epic is still alive and with us, because I'm pretty sure Epic likes Forgotten Realms. Is Epic going to be CHG? CHG. I'm 100% sure Hubbard is a better writer than Daniel. Okay. Yeah, once again, I don't know. I haven't read either of them. I'm not going to comment. Rothfuss. I get that people here hate Brandon Sanderson, but I need to go back and maybe make a collection of some of his best lessons from his lectures, because anyone is willing to give him a chance. Who hates Brandy Sandy? A lot of his videos we watch, I feel a few of the smaller lectures give good insight on them. Yep. Shay doesn't hate Sanderson at all. I just despise the rhythm of war and that he pandered in the next book. His course was awesome. I've stopped listening to this stuff a long time ago. Would love Strummer to do react streams to them all. I hard disagree with his view on Forgotten Realms. That's fair. You're just going to get annoyed. Okay, I'm going to be honest, guys, okay? I am fairly certain I read a lot of 3 and 4. Okay, I read a lot of 3s and 4s. It's my guilty pleasure. I will say I tend to read more level 4 than level 3. I find that flat characters aren't as interesting to me, but I will read tons of 3 and 4, and this is why I will never ever come out and completely... How can I say this? Chieko is a woman with many hats, and I'm going to put a hat on some days, and it's going to be a literary criticism hat or a commercial writer hat. But then there's Chieko the reader hat, and Chieko the reader is incredibly plebeian and unencumbered by pretension. I don't feel like I should have to intellectual signal to people by saying, oh, I only read this person, or I endorse that person. I think if you are shitting on an author just to look great or to sound great or to live with yourself, I think it's, I don't know. I personally enjoy a lot of 3 and 4 level of storytelling. I will say 3 and 4. 3 is where I find a lot of, how can I say this? There are a lot of video games that amble between 3 and 4, I think, where they have everything going for them in terms of their ideas, and they might have a certain level of charm, but there's a plonky flatness to how the narrative is explored. And I think number 3 for me, like when I see it in my students, it's the students who say, and this happened, and that happened, and this happened, and that happened. And it's just plonks down the action in a very linear kind of way. And it just doesn't feel like an experience. It feels like someone's just telling you a story. But I have read a lot of fan fiction. Everyone knows I'm a Fujoshi, so there's sometimes I'll read a really trashy novel, and I will enjoy it. Forgotten Realms is okay. John Carter of Mars was pretty revolutionary for its time. He sort of created. Did he create a genre or did he not, Simp? John Carter equals movie adaptation. Forgotten Realms, no movie adaptation. Interesting. Forgotten Realms is a kitchen sink setting. Story quality varies wildly depending on the specific author. Wouldn't you say that would be similar to the Warhammer 40K novels and like the Star Wars ones as well? Like the IP as a whole has like a variety of different levels of authors doing a variety of different levels of things. So you can't just put the IP name on there and go done, because you're covering a whole bunch of different approaches in writing. Each character is written as a living component of an ongoing world, even before the plot begins. Honestly, it's what the 40... Oh, look. Okay, Epic is already talking about Warhammer 40K. Okay, good. An online shared timeline where each book builds on the previous, like an anthology. There's my fanboy pushback. Yeah. I think Star Wars or Warhammer 40K books are in 3, and then Rothfuss and Hobb would be in 4. Yeah. I could see that. Although I don't find... How can I say this? I don't personally think that Star Wars characters are flat. Like, some are, but like Cornhorn, for example, is not a flat character. And Tycho Kelchu was not a flat character. And Face, Lauren, was not a flat character. And Tom Fannin was not a flat character. And Kel Tainer was not a flat character. There were many side flat characters, but usually the main character of the story is really solid. So I guess he says flat characters except 1 or 2. So he says here it's a flat character. So I guess they could fit in 3. But I just, I mean, they could be in 3. Scope. I don't know about Scope. He didn't really. Lucky Quirk. I don't know. Definitely in Wraith Squadron, there's like 3 to 5 not flat characters. So Wraith Squadron for sure would not be in 3. It would be in 4. But my feeling is just putting an IP name like Forgotten Realms is a mistake. I don't know enough about Forgotten Realms, but I would not put the Caiaphas Cain book I read in 3. Like, I think it's genuinely well written. It would be like a 4, like the 4th level. So, like, I don't know if you want to just plop an IP name on there and then write off a whole group of writers without delineating, hey, these writers were better than the other writers. The problem is they change authors so much. I don't see that as a problem. Name of the Wind does not top certain Star Wars novels. He's putting Sword of Truth in 3. Once again, I don't like putting a single IP name and just putting Star Wars or putting Warhammer 40K or putting Star Trek. The Star Trek novels, by the way, are actually 3 level. I've read Star Trek novels. They're absolute grind fests and boring. I'd almost put Star Trek novels in 2. Star Trek novels are absolute. Oh, there was a couple that I read because they had like Spock and Kirk, I think, in them, but it was a slog, and I was ready. Problem for this tier list. Oh, yes, Leo, I agree. Yeah. So if he said some Forgotten Realms books, I would feel more confident. Excuse me, I'm going to drink some water here. The Q books are really good, but are they above a 3? See, I could put Star Trek here, right? But is that fair to everybody who wrote for Star Trek? Maybe not. There are lots of authors that are considered outstanding in their time. Most never last past a generation or 2. Yeah, good point, Herman. Name of the Wind doesn't top Airport Boilerplate Murder Mysteries. Okay, so if it doesn't top Airport Boilerplate Mysteries, that's 3. It's in the 3. Airport Boiler Mysteries are between 2 and 3. There's a reason why I don't like these types of classifications. I don't care. I like it. This is a romp. This is a romp. We're taking this seriously insofar as we're giving Daniel Green a lot of leeway. We're going with him on this journey. But by no means let this, like he said at the beginning, you make your own tier list, come up with your own definitions, your own rubric. And here's the thing, right? This is what objective standards is about. It's about listening to somebody's rubric, creating your own rubric, and then peer reviewing each other's rubric. There's nothing wrong with peer reviewing a rubric and determining where a rubric has gone wrong. But I appreciate that he's going for an attempt at a rubric. And I don't mind this. I see no issue with having a little romp here. This is an intellectual thought experiment. Rothfuss is a 4. He knows how to tell a story. Name of the Wind is literally the ramblings of a sad man at a bar telling a story to a mostly empty room. And I was about to say that's what it feels like before I realized it's also literal. I'm critiquing him based on his own rubric. Exactly. I think putting the IP name Forgotten Realms epic is a mistake. It would be like us putting in Star Trek in 3, or Star Wars in 3, or Warhammer 40K in 3. I just think that's a mistake because many authors took part in those IPs and some of them did a better job than a 3. So I'm not a fan of him just slapping an IP name in there when it's so broad. I'm not a fan of that. And even we could argue, just from how people are talking about Brandon Sanderson's books, or even Daniel Green's books, different books of a series or different books from a particular author could bounce anywhere between a 3, a 4, and a 5, right? So, like, I don't think, Yeah, I don't think using a single IP name here is a good play. That's a mistake, I think. Not liking the book doesn't make it bad, guys. Let's keep
Authors
going.
who put in the time and effort before they put out a book to make sure they have understood the craft required to do so. Meaning all elements of their books at least were given some consideration as it was being written. The characterization, the structure, the world. On top of that icing, the actual just knowing how to write. You will stop finding the common grammar, punctuation issues, misspellings that definitely exist in levels 1, 2, and 3. And I'll even...
I mean, he misspelled the word quirk in number 3, but I mean, is that petty? Is that petty? You let me know.
say that you will find many people's favorite series right here in this category. Often because brain candy thrives here. Not everything within it is brain candy, but here you have stories that are not super challenging. They're never trying to reinvent the wheel, but everything has been executed well enough for if the certain author's style or the book's concept tickles that itch for you, absolutely, it can just fire up the charts to the top. Many people's first recommendations for science fiction and fantasy also fall into this category because they're not particularly challenging. You don't need to have an understanding of where the author is pulling their influence from because there's not really enough depth here and execution of ideas to have that, oh, that's a play on how Tolkien, But that being said, usually most of the cast of characters will have a consistent personality, a point in being there. And commercially, many of these are going to be wave makers. Some will be even trend setters. And what commonly keeps an author at level 4 instead of 5 is just inconsistency, and also often depending on formulas, especially if it's a series. This is why I keep the likes of the Dresden Files here, and even epics that some would call classics like Shannara. I would safely assume that most of us have a level 4 story in our top 10, and there's no shame in that. There is a reason this is where we start seeing some seriously heavy hitters in terms of commercial viability.
I saw bro end up pop out with them, but been dead round gangsters headline.
But almost all of these are going to pale in comparison to what you end up finding at level 5.
I personally, I would, if I can consistently remain at a 4, I would be a happy camper. Like I want to get from a 4 to a 5 in terms of my writing. I feel like sometimes I can achieve 5, but it's not always. I think I'm more consistent at 4 than a 5. That's just me. I might at times dip to a 3 for certain reasons, but especially right now, no editor. But 4, I mean, lots of I think lots of what I read goes into a 4. What would people put into the 4 category? Let's see what people... let's see. I feel like Forgotten Realms is a collection of books that are either 3 out of 5 or 5 6s out of 10s that have stories and novels that with individuals can hit an 8 or 9 for a whole trilogy. I've matched people to Forgotten Realm novels before. Maybe he sees himself in a 3. He places himself in a 4. Category 4 is better. For the record, I love some of Hobbes' books and really enjoyed Name of the Wind. I refuse to be objective about Rothfuss, ditto for Jar Jar Martin. I just recognize him as lukewarm Domino's Pizza. Drake is better than Kendrick. Then you can adopt him as a member of the Black community. I thank you wholeheartedly. No take backs. Yeah, I haven't read Forgotten Realms. I'm going to be completely frank, but I just enjoy a lot of 3 and 4. Like if I don't want to wrestle with a book, I'm going to pick up a 3 or level 3 or 4 book. I'm going to be frank. Like 5s, sure. But like reading a 6 or a 7, usually it's going to take stuff out of you. So I don't know. What would you guys place at storyteller levels for you guys? Do any of you guys have, like, we're going to pretend that Daniel has a workable rubric here. Going by Daniel's rubric, who would you place in here? And is that how you say Shannara, or is it Shannara, or is it Shannara? I always said Shannara. I don't read level 3 or 4 books. Sarah J. Maas is probably 4. What do you mean I don't read level 3 or 4 books? Like you never read number 3 or number 4? I think a lot of teenager fantasy books are at a 4, like Belagariad, Deathgate Cycle, Dragonlance. Okay, yeah. Okay. Rothfuss, Scott Lynch, Fritz Lieber, Jar Jar, Donaldson. Okay. Okay. Anyone else? I agree with Maas probably being a 4. I think 4 is completely doable. Like, is it bad for a writer to aim to be a legend or a goal? No, I don't think it's wrong. But you need to know who you're actually competing with. Simp thinks Jar Jar is at 6 or 7. Maybe a 6 if we're talking technical level only. Jar Jar is not that high, 5 at most. I've read some paragraphs of Jar Jar when I was sitting in Emmy's bathroom, and I was impressed by his command of the English language and his sentence structure. But then part of me is like, how much of it is him and how much of it is the editors? Hard to say. But yeah, same thing with Aragon. Jar Jar wrote modern fantasy. Every TV show is trying to copy him. I don't think he rewrote it. Oh my gosh, Leo agrees with me. Okay, let me put it this way, all right? I view George R. R. Martin as Thomas Edison of writing. Thomas Edison relied on a lot of people beneath him and relied on a lot of previous patents in order to popularize and commercialize something. But I do not believe that George R. R. Martin was the progenitor of modern fantasy. I think gritty realism bullshit. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have let my opinion slip out. I mean, gritty realism, modern fantasy. I don't know if it started with him. I'd be very cautious. I'd be very, very cautious to say that he was the one who started that. I would say that he popularized it. He made it mainstream. But was it even him? Because we're now finding out that lots and lots of people didn't read the book, actually, and just watched the TV show. So I'm torn on that one. I'm torn. Okay, let's see. Same thing with Aragon. Jar Jar didn't rewrite shit. Yeah, I have to agree with Leo. I read 4 Game of Thrones books at party. They weren't bad, but definitely not life-changing. Yeah, he's not life-changing. Whoever's saying he's life-changing, he just bounces from sex scene to betrayal scene. That's a take. George R. R. Martin is the J.K. Rowling of modern adult fantasy. Perfectly put, epic. Mwah. Awesome. Yep. He didn't start it, but he had the tools and skills needed to take what was already there and do something spectacular with it. I will do that. So I would put him in maybe 6 or 5, but I do not believe he was the original person. No. Black Company or The Blade itself have better claim to starting dark, gritty fantasy. Yeah, there's no... I press X to doubt on George R. R. Martin rewriting. I think he popularized it. And I don't even know if his books popularized it. because it is very possible that he actually benefited from the TV show. Wait 1 second. What was the... Okay, we got to treat this cautiously, okay? But can you guys see what I did here? Now, we got to take Google Trends with a grain of salt. But what I did, hear me out, is I took the Game of Thrones drama series and I took the Song of Ice and Fire novel series and I compared it over since 2004. Yeah. Guess when peaks in the book rose? Anyone want to guess? Anyone want to take a hot guess when peaks in the book rose? I'm telling you guys, this is not... this isn't... Like, I'm just saying, like, I don't think the books were, like... transforming the world. But just to see here, how did Harry Potter do? Oh, what would it be called? How would we seek out the Harry Potter series? Novel series. Yeah, here you go. Oh, Hello, guys. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. This is not sales. We aren't looking at sales. Simp. We aren't looking at sales. What are we looking at? We're looking at Google Trends. I guess the point what I'm trying to say here is, okay, if we look carefully at Harry Potter, we can see some peaks here, right? For the novel series, we can see that Harry Potter was peaking majorly as a novel series. And since then, it's remained fairly steady in terms of interest online, okay? But what you will notice is that Game of Thrones, the TV series, got massive hype. Massive hype. And if we look really closely down here, you can see that the books bumped each time a new season came out. You can see these bumps. I personally don't think, okay, as much as some people might like, what is even happening here? As much as some people might like, oh, wait a minute, I did Canada only. Let's do worldwide. Let's see what's happening here. Nope, same thing. Canada is basically the microcosm of the world. All right. So as you can see here, nobody gave a shit. Nobody gave a shit about the Game of Thrones books. And I don't think he rewrote anything. I do think that what he did was come up with a book series that provided a fantastic foundation for normies to get into. And then there was a blip in his sales that would still, give him some good sales. But overall, I would argue that in terms of literature, in terms of books, in terms of interest, in terms of rewriting anything, I just don't think it was happening with Game of Thrones. I just don't see it. Yeah. People don't read as much as watch TV? Yeah, that's my point, I think, Simp. So what I'm trying to suggest is that what I'm showing here with the Harry Potter novel series compared to the Song of Ice and Fire series, Harry Potter has averaged more interest than Game of Thrones through their entire life cycles. Last of Us? The video game? Or the TV series? Last of Us Part 2 didn't do so well. Okay, we'll do Last of Us Part 1 because that's more fair, right? No, it's not looking good. No, it's not looking good. Nope. No. Last of Us Part 1, the video game. Last of Us TV series. Okay, I'm going to take out TLDR. The TV series blipped and then blipped again and has since flatlined. All I'm trying to say here, okay, is that in terms of interest, long-term interest, Harry Potter is crushing it comparatively to the novel series. Put in Minecraft. We all know what's going to happen. We all know what's going to happen. But look at Minecraft. Still could not overcome the TV show that was George R.R. Martin. But that does not mean that his writing... how can I say this? His vision and his concepts were electrifying for many people. But if we're talking about it in terms of getting people to read books, absolute failure. You just want to see it? Yeah, here it is. Here it is, Jonathan. You can see Minecraft is major. Let's put another one in here because we want to black pill ourselves tonight, okay? Actually, that's not bad. Roblox, though, Minecraft is bigger than Roblox, it seems, like in terms of online interest. Do we want to check on Star Wars? Do we? Do we, Willie? Do we? Star Wars as a topic is pretty solid and pretty stable. Okay, Star Wars as a topic, you can see here, 2005, there was some big spike. And there was a huge spike around 2015 and 2017. It's probably from the films, honestly. You could see that where stuff happens. Okay, so here's the thing, R.A. Morley. My argument is that George R. R. Martin did not invent grimdark. He did not rewrite modern fantasy to be grimdark or anything like that. He simply popularized it. And the popularization didn't come from his actual books. Okay? Let me say that again so people are completely clear here. Okay? He simply popularized a genre with a TV show, which, as far as I know, he himself personally didn't write it. So, as far as I know, but chat can correct me. Okay? Chat can correct me. But as far as I am aware, George R. R. Martin popularized this gritty, realistic, modern fantasy, but I think it already existed before he came on the scene. He popularized it enough that he was able to get a show, and then the show took off in a bigger way, but his books are barely impacted compared to the books that Harry Potter is picking up here. Like, Harry Potter is just trucking along. Just trucking. The hate train against J.K. Rowling will never take The Witcher. I don't imagine The Witcher going anywhere because bless Sapkowski, but I feel like he's even smaller than, yeah. Although, oops, sorry guys, you're just getting, oh my gosh, oh, I was wrong, oh my lord, do you guys see this? The novels are technically peaking better in response probably to the video games. So I bet the video games got people out to the bookstores to celebrate, like to figure out The Witcher. Self-doxing coming. Oh yeah, that's scary. Look at that peak. I bet that December 2019. I'm going to bet that's toss a coin to your Witcher, O Valley of Plenty. Probably, right? The first season, which I kind of liked. This is probably second season. I bet this right here. Toss a coin to your Witcher, O Valley of Plenty. So what I'm trying to suggest, like if we put in The Witcher, so that's the Witcher novel series, and then we add in the Witcher video game. Let's see, Witcher 3. Yeah, you could see a peak here. And then both of them peaked together. I bet it was the, you know what? I bet it was the Witcher 3, sorry, the Witcher TV show. I bet the TV series jacked that up. That's, yeah, you can see here. Oh man, you can see the TV show dying too. Oh, that's depressing. I liked the first season, actually. I thought people shitting on the first season were mental. Oh yeah. Yeah, okay, so that's what I'm trying to say. Okay, I hope this makes it clear to everyone. So we'll say George J.R.R.M. did not invent dark fantasy. He popularized it, but his popularization was from the TV show, which he did not write for directly, and his books did not his book sales, though experiencing mild increases for each season, did not increase exponentially. Versus the Witcher TV shows and games did increase interest in the books much higher. I think, and this is my gut instinct, guys, is because The Witcher, no, shame to Sapkowski, but The Witcher books are way thinner. Right? They're way thinner. Like, if a bro looks at a Witcher book, he's like, oh, I can do that. This video we're reacting to still hasn't graduated from generalized fiction. Well, he said up here, fifth sorcery. And then here was Forgotten Realms. And then here, down here, this was TTBTT, which I assume is short form for something. And he put Sword of Shannara in number 4. So I feel Sword of Shannara is specific fantasy. So I'm not sure what you're saying there, Shay. So this was something I remember clearly because it was such a mind F for me. The writer of Witcher allowed CD Red make the games because he lacked faith in them. Yep. Cyberpunk and Edge Runners. Okay, I'll do one more. Cyberpunk. Nothing to write home about. It peaked really hard in 2020 when it was released, I would assume, and it's been bumbling along, but not much better than the Game of Thrones show. So, Witcher season 1 of The Witcher was pretty good. It was all downhill after that, though. Yeah, I never watched beyond that. I'll just call The Witcher's author Andrew. Bellular did a video on Andrew suing CD for the popularity of Witcher 3. He wanted to go back on his deal to take money from Witcher 3. Yeah, and they actually, you know what? You know what's really crazy? Sapkowski didn't believe in his own writing. So he sold it for a song, like Esau selling his birthright for some slop. And then he had the temerity to sue CD Projekt Red because they made more money off of it than he expected. But CD Projekt Red, I will say this about them. They're bros. They actually, I believe, met with him and settled with him and gave him more money. So clearly they want to keep their hands on that IP. Andrew literally tried to pull a Lucas after prequels sold off the franchise he lost faith in, saw it growing without him, got pissy. Yes. Very, very small man-child behavior. You don't get what you deserve. You get what you negotiate. Yes. But I will say CDPR really proved themselves to be gracious people, as far as I can understand. This video we're reacting to, his qualifiers. He's using general qualifiers. Oh, right. Yeah. He's just talking about like basic writing. I would assume, Shay, that's why 1, 2, 3, and 4 are what they are, because they are not even doing well as a fantasies. They're just achieving varying levels of basic quality. That's what I'm going to assume he's working up to, but I don't know. It gave the game a second life. Oh, okay. Some elements of general critique are necessary, but he's not giving like fantasy specific qualifications. Demon Slayers anime. Witcher author thought gamers were idiots, actually. Yeah. And do you know what's really funny, Simp? The showrunners thought Andre was an idiot. It's like what goes around comes around. People judging other people. Demon Slayers. Nope. Nope. Oh, K-pop Demon Hunter actually got up above Harry Potter. That's not bad. So when it came out, it hit hard. It's a blip in the long term of things, but it's doing better than everything else right now. Way to go, K-pop Demon Hunters. Yeah. He thought the games wouldn't sell? Yeah. I believe it was in shit. Yeah. Do you remember, guys? I start watching, I think it was a Sydney Watson film, and I was like, I was going to agree with everything she said, and then I felt like she was coddling the man baby. Don't get me wrong, like, I don't hate George Lucas. I just think that you can't go crying to the press after making a business decision for money. Demon Slayer says the downside of the manga already ended badly. To be fair, the first Witcher game is pretty jank. Yeah, I tried to play it. It drove me nuts.
This is where we start getting that true spice. It's no longer salt and pepper on the page that's keeping you coming back for another bite. And instead, there are whole new flavors that you are amazed by. These aren't storytellers. These are writers. Now, no one here is going to be executing their craft perfectly. Flaws absolutely still exist. But the major players in this space will have a style to them distinct enough that many of them in this space end up being trend setters, inspiring authors for generations after they're gone to keep trying to do what they accomplished here. You will encounter incredible pros, people who have on many occasions spent dozens of hours carrying about just a few words within a paragraph and their placement, so concerned, maybe too concerned, with how they will impact you as a reader. The stories here are gonna have layers that end up making you smack yourself because on a second reread, you can't believe you missed this whole thematic line that the writer meticulously wove in throughout all of it. Tons of people, especially those who have only dabbled in the fantasy genre, are going to have many of their favorites here, and they're right to do so. I mean, there are people who have invented entire new elements to the fantasy genre that have thrived in the writer space, but many of them have one huge flaw. So many of these authors can even be frustrating to follow because, well, elements of their writing can actually take them well into the legendary space. They end up usually having one fundamental flaw to their work that sours it so that you can't drop it down into just being elevated above average, but you can never bring them up to the truly legendary space. For example, Kingkiller Chronicle, prose on that 6th level. Yet, the fact that Rothfuss writes Kvothe and women the way that he does kind of prevents the books being brought into the conversation with those that could arguably talked about as flawless. I actually think most of the books that you will see BookTube and Reddit obsessed with end up comfortably falling into the level 5 because things can be popular because they are good. And from here, we're going to start touching on some stuff that's so good it ends up working against itself. But more examples, I would say, are Stormlight Archive. We clearly have Dark Tower, Wheel of Time, Gentlemen Bastards, Red Rising, His Dark Materials, and even the likes of Empire of the Vampire. I would say the biggest change, though, at this level from what we've seen before is this is where the writing can get so good that it ends up manipulating your emotions like an instrument. This is where a book might even start getting tears out of you because you're just so lost in the pages.
We are the no-gooders, do-gooders, known to the dancers and dealers and doers of dust.
There's going to be in-betweeners. I would put Powder Mage hovering between a 4 and 5. And that's a result of the rubbery state that lists like these always have to exist in. Yet so few of these authors would dare compare themselves to what I'm calling the legendary status. These are people who
I sold my child into slavery, and they turned it into Disney. Yeah. Look, Epic, I said my piece on that one, but I agree. Yeah. He can cry into his billions. Exactly. Look, I believe that person can genuinely regret something. And you could, be like, hey, I did this for the money and I regret it. But there's a level where you start saying it over and over again and it starts sounding like whining. And that's where you lose me. Hardship near dead. Tolkien didn't want Disney touching his stuff. They managed to ruin it anyway. Yeah. There are people here who read Stormlight. I believe I have one of the Stormlights on my Kindle. I believe I read it. I don't remember anything from it standing out, but it's been a hot minute. Would we put Brandy Sandy in 5? I feel like Brandy Sandy would go in 5. I don't think he's as bad as a 4. And 4 isn't even that bad, really. Like I said, I read a lot of 3s and 4s. I personally would put George R. R. Martin somewhere between a 5 and a 6. I don't like this idea of saying that he made a genre. If Daniel Green says that George R. R. Martin made a genre, we're going to have a hard disagree. Yeah. Stephen King is not a 5 in any stretch of the imagination. Stephen King is not a 5. Dark Tower is very interesting. I like Dark Tower. I could see the art in Dark Tower. It's janky, but I can see it. I would put Malazan in 5 as well. Personally, I would put Malazan in 5. Yeah. But I like Dark Tower. I have one sister who really loves it, and she said it gets really interesting and good later. Brandon Sanderson is like the Godfather or hard magic settings, I would say, where he writes a world with a core rule, and the story is about uncovering and learning those rules. Okay. Yeah, I think he'd probably... I think putting Sanderson in 5 feels fair. I don't think all of Stephen King is in 5. I think Stephen King rolls between a 4 and a 5, depending on what he's writing. Kind of same thing with Neil Gaiman. I think Neil Gaiman would be like a 4 to a 5, depending on what he's handling. To be honest, I think you should pat yourself on the back if you can achieve a 4 to 5 as a writer. Of course, you can aim to be a legend, but reality is you're probably not going to get above a 3 or 4. Okay, let's keep going.
Who
Legends.
make genres. Entire genres have come from one individual's mind that put out a book and inspired new. And this is going to be the territory for fantasy where the actual genres are serving their peak purpose as well. Every single little detail woven into the story is there for a reason, constructed by the artist to make sure it's helping convey either a greater sense of being transported into the story or serving a purpose directly related to the themes or some subtle detail you're not even supposed to pick up on as a pattern within their writing. Here's where you start having authors who know how to communicate with you in almost the meta of their books. And many authors in this space actually want to challenge you, have you be uncomfortable as a reader, work harder, look deeper to actually understand the why of certain things happening in their book. People who don't like this space can often sound similar to those who don't like super lyrical rappers. Yes, they have a point that it's not exactly an easy listen, but it almost feels disrespectful to the art form to not have an appreciation of what is being accomplished. It's a level of creativity that's not once in a generation, but is bordering near that territory. While you may have encountered living characters at level 5, you feel like you know better than some of your friends the characters that these legends are making by the time you are done with the series, because each beat of emotional development for pro and antagonist, primary and secondary characters is the most ridiculously human execution you can come across. And on top of that, you have a mastery of writing. You will encounter basically none of the flaws you see on this side of the board. And so tantalizingly, these level of creatives for specifically fantasy and science fiction often have an obsession of doing endless research to try and put all kinds of real-world influences and historical equivalents into their world from reality, which means you end up down this fanatical fan rabbit hole of constantly trying to dig up where these geniuses whose brains have captivated you got their ideas from. None of it is obvious, but it's all subtle enough to find. You'll tell yourself, I'm going to bed at 9 tonight, and then it's 3 a.m. in the morning, you're halfway through a 600-page book, your eyes are bloodshot, and you're gonna fail tomorrow.
But it was worth it.
It almost feels like the art comes first here. Before market viability, anything else, the creator of these stories is compelled almost to tell this story, and that comes across. Yes, there are massive mainstream successes here like A Song of Ice and Fire, but George R.R. Martin did not write A Song of Ice and Fire thinking it could find the level of success it did in TV, because nothing had done that before. It came from a genuine, oh, the War of the Roses, I'm gonna make that dragons. Other creators like Ken Liu or Guy Gavriel Kay are more interested in challenging themselves creatively, doing something different than ever following a trend or filling a gap in the commercial market. Okay, now, I know I just said something there that's going to piss a lot of people off, of these people care about marketability, well, these people are just being purely driven by artistic passion. That sounds horrifically mean to a whole lot of people who are obviously driven by just their artistic passion. I more mean that these people had a vision that almost feels like it had to come from that person, and that was the only thing they cared about. It is a story that almost feels like it's connecting you to another human being's mind because of how clearly you're getting the way they're thinking, the process of it all being conveyed through the medium of writing. like nothing you've ever experienced before. I would say everyone who enters this space has to have their own unique feel as a creator. The reason I put Dandelion Dynasty in there is because it was mind-blowing to see a fantasy epic, something I had seen 30, 40 times before, suddenly done in a way where I'm encountering this rogue Kinigaru and thinking that's the story, and then learning it's the story of dueling dynasties, and then learning no, it's actually the story of a country with invaders, and then it's actually the story of a pantheon of gods, and it suddenly realizing, oh my god, thematically the whole point of this has been about how, well, we may be experiencing temporary things on the land remembers us forever, and that is how, it's like this messaging that reforms and reshapes itself. That was the kind of jaw-dropping experience where I just legend. Robin Hobb's Farseer, Tad Williams' Memory Sorrow Thorn, Joe Abercrombie's First Law, Neuromancer, Foundation. Every single one of those names has made me put down a book and go on a walk, not only for the events that happen in their story, but out of appreciation for just the detail they are willing to go into to make sure exactly the emotion they want to put in your head is there. Maybe there's even an odd choice of word. The kind of thing you see in rap, where an artist will intentionally not rhyme something to make the real meaning of what they're saying pop out in your skull. They can do that with world building elements. Confidence in even breaking rules because they know, okay, you're gonna understand I did that, and here's why I did. It comes across, boop, holy shit. And it almost feels wrong to call the characters you'll find at this level just characters. To be frank, I have felt more extreme emotions reading characters in this territory than I have ever felt from friends I've known for years. That's not a criticism of my friendships. It's a showcasing of how extraordinary circumstances in the hands of an artist can result in something that actually makes it feel like your heart stopped beating. I've been advised to clarify my point here a little bit, and I think that's a good idea, because the reason I would put Sanderson, for example, who has his notorious Sanderlanche up there, in the great writer category is because, yeah, he's great at writing action sequences. The difference is here in the Legends territory, my political opinions changed after I read Neuromancer. And it took a while for me to process that, but there was so many different seeds carefully watered throughout the whole story that bloomed and stuck with me for months, years, that, oh my god, I'm now a different literal person. That's kind of the distinguishing factor. I do want to admit, there can be flaws in terms of how things have aged within the Legends space, but that's part of what makes them legends. They are flagpole signifiers often of the time they were written in, and touchstones to come back to better understand the best of what these genres had to offer throughout their history. They are not world builders, they are world inhabitors. You are going on a walk with them through a fully realized vision, and they understand the artistry of writing enough to convey it with little to no hindrance.
When I'm deceased, but in the beast arise like yeast to conquer peace, leaving savages to roam in the streets, live on the run. Police paying me to give him my gun.
Which leaves just one.
Are we putting Lil Nas? Who is Lil Nas? Wait a minute. I gotta double check. Wait a minute. It's not what I think it is, right? Surely not. Oh my lord. It's Industry Baby, man. They put Industry Baby at number 6? Like, don't get me wrong. I had Brainworm with Industry Baby for ages. Like, that music video, just don't watch it. Any of you boys, just stay away from it. But are we really putting Lil Nas X at number 6? Really? Now, that's not Daniel Green's fault. That's the... Okay. Let's see how chat's reacting to this. Brandon Sanderson is the godfather of hard magic settings. Full Metal Alchemist. Yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah. Star Wars is is not sci-fi, it's science fantasy. And the science fiction and the fantasy are soft as fuck. And that's why I didn't like episode 1. Like, I like episode 1, but I didn't appreciate Qui-Gon Jinn talking about midi-chlorians, because that to me was stupid. It was attempting to make the Force hard magic system when it didn't have to be. Game of Thrones is nowhere near legend territory. I do not... I've only read little bits and pieces of Game of Thrones. I don't think it's a genre maker. I'm going back to what I said before. I do not believe he invented dark fantasy. I think he popularized it. And technically speaking, it was the TV show that popularized it, not his books. J.K. Rowling did more for fantasy as a whole than George R.R. Martin did. And you can come to me and say, oh, but Harry Potter is for children. Don't care. Did more. And I'm not even a hardcore Harry Potter fan. Okay? I think there are problems with Harry Potter. All right? Major problems with Harry Potter. And also the fan base just kind of don't get the problems, and also are... Anyway, TLDR. I have issues with Harry Potter as a book series. I still think that it has more cultural weight than J.R.R.M. did. Now, J.R.R.M.'s TV show, that's a different story altogether. But he didn't write the TV show. Yeah. Neuromancer is sci-fi? It is. I don't know why I have to state the obvious, simp. We all know that. Should Neuromancer be in legend? Oh, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. I mean, he did basically invent the word matrix. Neuromancer, in my opinion, it's one of the most powerful sci-fi novels that I've ever enjoyed. It took me around, I think it took me almost 4 years to learn how to read it. It is I found it to be extremely challenging. But does that make it legendary? Don't know. Emotionally devastating. Okay, so here's my issue. I don't like that because he said that this list is subjective. So this is like putting potato on bread. It's like subjectivity on subjectivity. When Jaina had to kill her brother, Star Wars spoilers alerts, her twin brother, I cried. And when Luke lost Mara, I cried. And when a certain character in Wraith Squadron died, I cried. I don't think crying or emotional devastation has anything to do with quality. Especially if you are very sensitive to archetypes, you could actually start crying at a 3 or 4 level book. Like, maybe legends are able to move men like Daniel Green, but I think if you're spiritually awake or you're sensitive to something going on, you will be alert to any emotional material written within a 3 to 4 range. I don't like that. I don't like putting emotionally devastating up there. And I don't think putting genre makers is good either. You could say genre popularizers, but not makers. No. Get that out of here. Out. Sorry for coughing so much, guys. I noped out of the Book of the Farseer series because it was pointless and boring. Okay, fair. I think this is nothing but fanboy devotion. Well, he did, to his credit, say this was subjective. You can always make your own rubric. 6 is where I would put Sanderson by this ruling. And all I can say is I feel I could comfortably defend that hill. And I say that with my favorite author, Salvatore, being in rank 5. I think his tastes are quite biased, particularly with, I don't know why Discworld is down in goal. I love Discworld. Don't get me wrong. I've read a few of the Discworld books. I love Terry Pratchett's style. I like his voice. I think he is more comfortable to read than the bitter bitch. What's his face? The sci-fi equivalent of Pratchett. You know, it got made into a film with Martin Freeman and Alan Rickman. Oh, Lord. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I personally think Pratchett is a softer, sweeter version of that sci-fi series. But would I put him in goal? No. I don't know what is with that. Lord of the Rings? Okay, maybe, but only because of its status of bridging mythology and modern fantasy. But if we were to look at it from purely a writing level in terms of construction and stuff, I think we could say that there's some... It's not perfect, but I mean, there's no such thing as perfection. So, I mean, we're really not talking out of 100 here. We're talking out of 90 or 95 at most %. No one writes at 100%. Discworld and Broken Earth is really progressive. Don't know what that has to do with anything. I read Neil Gaiman books and he's progressive. I don't see the big deal. He's great at writing fight sequences. That's why I don't feel he has read lots of Sanderson paper books, books when the stories are involved through politics and chess moves. Yeah. Party is also saying that she doesn't get why they put Lil Nas at number 6 as a legendary rapper. I also don't know. Epic, maybe you can weigh in as a speaker to the Black community, but do you feel adequately represented by Lil Nas at number 6 as a legend? ? I don't know. Sanderson's Warbreaker ties in a culture of a kingdom that can animate objects with vibrant colors, with how such a magic system would impact cultural dances, politics, religions, and food. I think that's an interesting idea. Cormac McCarthy or Murakami? Murakami. I am not a fan of Murakami, but I would say that I would put him between a 5 and a 6. I mean, if we're putting A Song of Ice and Fire between a 5 and a 6, we're putting Murakami up there. I have no idea who these rappers are. Just stay away. Just stay away. Don't look at Industry Baby. That's all I'm saying. Unless you want to look at Industry Baby, then, you know. Yeah, his book sold 90 million. Well, I thought we said we weren't going to go for sales, simp. We either go for sales or we don't go for sales. Rowling brought fantasy to young kids. Kind of. So my beef with... Okay, so I talked about this with Emmy, and we didn't have a fight, but it was a bit of a debate. Because I was shitting on J.K. Rowling for how her books obviously morphed over time, so that the first book is nowhere near in the same ballpark as the last one. And I have a beef with that. I don't like that, actually. I have more respect for Garth Nix's Keys to the Kingdom than I do for J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter. But Emmy pointed out that the people who were reading Harry Potter Book 1 grew up with the books over a series of time. So by the time you get to the final book, it's no longer a child's novel. It's closer to a young adult novel. And she's absolutely correct. Now, I don't like that. But you can't say that all of Harry Potter is a children's novel or literature, because that series broke every industry rule and ballooned into something else. And it was, I think, more legendary, in my opinion, because of that. But to slap a children's label on Harry Potter and ignore what goes on in the final books, the final sets of books, I think that's an unfortunate play to make. I would not, yeah, no. Not the same. Not the same. Harry Potter's for children. It also has a massive movie series. It's not for children entirely. The first 2 to 3, maybe, but the last 4, no. It has a massive movie series. Once again, if we take out the TV show and simply, let's take out, where's the TV show? Let's take out the TV show. This is what we got between the books. We're not talking about the films. We're not talking about the TV show, because we know the TV shows and the films are solid for both of them. Now, I mean, Game of Thrones drama series, Harry Potter film series. Game of Thrones was more popular than the Harry Potter film series. Could do nothing for the books. Why? Because the books are way too heavy. You're not going to get bros to read. What are we talking about here? You can't pull it out and go, well, you know, the films were big. No. The books hold their own water intrinsically. Now, do I like them? No. But do you have to respect them for what they were able to achieve? Absolutely. Berserk made dark fantasy. Comics for adults from the 70s and 80s made dark fantasy, in my opinion. Yeah. George R. R. Martin did not make dark fantasy. Wonder which 90s early 2K rapper is going to be on 7. George R. R. Martin isn't writing dark fantasy. He's writing high fantasy. The Brothers Grim Dark had dark fates in it, but manga and comics is where you saw... Okay, let's say George R. R. Martin isn't writing dark fantasy and he's writing high fantasy, then he really did not invent anything. So he shouldn't even be in Legends. I don't like using the word genre maker to begin with. I think that's no. Genre maker should be down in goal. So I don't like that. I don't like emotional devastating. I think that's stupid. A Song of Ice and Fire can be in Legendary if we don't make it genre maker. But even so, whether it's high fantasy or dark fantasy, don't care. Did not redefine anything. And even with the help of its amazingly successful TV show, could not lift book sales because no one's reading that shit. No matter how well written it is, men aren't going to be reading it. Women aren't going to be reading it. Now, would he probably be doing better than a lot of like other people? Absolutely. I'm not saying that his sales are absolutely shit, but it's interesting to see that Sapkowski was selling more books at some points in time than George R. R. Martin was. That's interesting. That's very interesting. That's something to think about. Probably because, like I said, The Witcher is more accessible. You look at the Witcher books, you're like, oh, I can read that on the toilet. You know, no grief to Sapkowski. But you can see here, Sapkowski's TV shows, shitty as they were, poorly respected as they were by the showrunners, he's seeing more upheaval from his video games. In his books are just more accessible. They're easier to read. You can sit down and flip through a Sapkowski. You're not sitting down and flipping through a George R. R. Martin. The Brothers Grimm had Dark Fates in it, but manga. I cry at everything. Douglas Adams. Yeah, I think Douglas Adams is, when I read his writing, okay, I don't mean him as a person. His writing felt to me very bitter. And so after reading the first book, I stopped reading it. It was just really, I don't know. I feel like Nas represents me only when I'm role-playing at the cafe. I like Industry Baby. That's all I'm going to say. My brother isn't going to let the nephews read 5 onward until they reach young adult stuff. I'm telling you, Shay, people who try, okay, there's the key word here. They try to devalue what Harry Potter achieved as being kids' literature. Shame on them. It is more than kids' literature. It spans at least 2 different audiences. I have some beef with Harry Potter, and maybe one day I'll sit down and I'll try to explain it. But Harry Potter is not perfect. But there's a reason why we're seeing a steady interest rate in Harry Potter over time. And it's just simply, it's very accessible. It's much more accessible than George R. R. Martin. And should George R. R. Martin be accessible? No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that he is a failure. But what I'm trying to suggest is, if we're talking about genre makers, I hate that, emotionally devastating, then we need to put Harry Potter in here. We need to put Harry Potter in here because Harry Potter repopularized fantasy after a lull. Like, Harry Potter repopularized fantasy after a cultural lull. I'm not a super fan of it. I personally don't think she goes above a 5. Honestly. But by this definition, I mean, art first. I don't think Rowling went art first. I definitely would put Harry Potter in a 5. But yeah. Harry Potter is a series you grew up with. A lot of anime is like that too, now that I think about it. We're also in a cluster of generations where we had things to grow up with. Yeah. It's a very rare one. Same with the movies. The first Harry Potter movie came out when I was 8 years old. After the first one, I stopped caring. I like the movies. I like the movies, honestly. Harry Potter movies were massive. Watch. See that green? That's the Harry Potter. Okay. I'm gonna remove the Witcher series. Okay. Watch. Oh, look at that and weep, simp. The yellow, just in case people can't see. The yellow is internet interest in Harry Potter from 2004 onward. What happened in 2007? What was in 2007? We have a peak here. Order of the Phoenix. 2005 would probably be Goblet of Fire. 2004. What is 2004? Prisoner of Azkaban. So we've got Prisoner here, Goblet, and Order of Phoenix. When did what was after Half-Blood Prince? That's 2009. So that's probably here. Yep, that's about right. And then Deathly Hallows here. No. This is worldwide, by the way. Overall, the TV show was fantastic. $90 million read A Song of Ice and Fire. I simp. We're not talking about sales. Also simp. Let's talk about sales. Discworld and Broken Earth isn't a genre maker. I would agree. Pratchett's so prolific, he is his own genre. How many books did Pratchett write? He wrote 41 comic fantasy novels. Okay. So we got Pratchett. 41 novels. And where's ChatGPT? I'm gonna pull it up, but of course some other folks might want to use Grok. I'm just checking with something else that I know might be more prolific than pure. Pratchett, if we're talking about in terms of output, Pratchett put around 41 novels. Piers Anthony put out around 200 novels, and Norton put out around 130 novels. If we're talking about quantity, Pratchett's nowhere near prolific. But yeah. Witcher author only sold 15 million books. Douglas Adams isn't bitter. He's just British, and British humor is like that. Harry Potter and Rowling will come directly after Tolkien in fantasy history someday. Yep. It's a time definer. It's a titan of literature even when it's not hard to read. It's hard to read. If it was hard to read, nobody would read it. Everyone has internet now. That wasn't true before 2010. Game of Thrones was bought as a Christmas gift to sit on coffee tables. Yeah. Make a section of your bookshelf pretty. Yep. Can you see my post? Where? Warcraft books. Song of Fire books. Warcraft show. Warcraft movie. Yeah, the Warcraft movie was, I suppose. What post? Where are you posting? Where exactly are you posting? I don't see your post. Were you in book chat? Writer, no, not writer's chat. I'm sorry. I can't see your post, simp. Wheel of Time and Rift War Cycle is probably the only other series that has more words than Discworld. No, but I look at every single book on the shelves anytime you put me in front of secondhand books, Leo. Okay, so here's what I'm trying to suggest. I don't doubt that George R. R. Martin wrote a lot or sold a lot, but I just don't think he's a genre maker, and I don't want to put him in. The more I think about it, I don't want to put him in 6. I want to put him in 5. But I could see how he would be in 6. Like if we're going to put anybody in 6 right now, if we're going to put in George R. R. Martin into 6, we're putting J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter into 6. Because even though her books are not artistic to that degree, they are more of a generational impact and cultural impact than George R. R. Martin could dream of. I just don't. In terms of cultural impact, I don't think George R. R. Martin can touch it. I don't like the word genre maker either. All right, let's keep going.
Level left.
Okay.
And the big differentiator between 6 and 7 for me, I am calling the unfinished curse. Now, there are authors who just sit at level 6 and that's where they belong. But there are certain things constrained here that I want to drop down into 7. But to be a GOAT, I hate to say it, and I don't mean to dogpile onto something that obviously has external outside world factors contributing to it, but you gotta finish what you started. And that is a very complex matter, because of course, if you're trying to set out to only write standalone books, this barrier does not exist. But the GOATs who even wanted to write something huge and epic, honestly, even outside the form of writing, what makes them a greatest of all time is the fact that they understood what it required to get it done, followed through, and so they're able to take all of what made these legends and turn into a greatest of all time, because the praise is here entirely, plus the undefinable. At level 7, you have works that when you read them, there is a before and after time in my life when I read that. And it's going to affect me until the day that I die. Of course, subjectively, some people are going to feel that at 5, but everybody does damn near at 7. I think the most consistent thing I have said at reading at this level is essentially, I didn't know you could do that. These people are able to do things with the art form of writing that I cannot put into words, what they successfully manage to accomplish artistically. Many times you will find life's work in the level 7 category, the obvious example being Lord of the Rings. You also have the Broken Earths, the Discworlds, Frankensteins, and others that were not only perfect executions of brilliant concepts, but revolutionary to even think of at the time they were released, and contributed something that even to this day, if it's centuries later, authors at every single level are attempting to reach that level 7 status because they were inspired by those who occupy the space. Every generation or so, when one of these people comes along, we can all appreciate it because it's an example of human creativity at its literal finest, not only showcasing the extreme limits of what we can come up with conceptually, but the hard technicality that needs to be thoroughly mastered and then almost remastered to communicate impossibilities while simultaneously toying with the emotions of your reader to instill ideas, messaging, whatever, all under the guise of an imagined faraway land. What makes goats goats is no matter how far from Earth they take you, in every single word they put to the page, they're able to remember they're telling you a human story.
Taking my baby to school, then I...
And that is my 7 levels.
Wait a minute. What did they say was the 7 level rapper?
With the emotions of faraway land. What makes goats goats is no matter how far from Earth they take you, in every single word they put to the page, they're able to remember they're telling you a human story.
Kendrick Lamar? Okay, people. Party is saying yes to Kendrick Lamar. Anyone else? Epic, can you weigh in? I'm not gonna lie, guys. I'm not hugely into rap, but I listen to enough rap to like enjoy it on occasion. Is Kendrick Lamar... Now, we got to remember, Daniel Green did not do this rap equivalent. That's from another video entirely. Okay? Is Kendrick Lamar good? Epic. His predecessors were better. Okay. Kendrick is the current best. Okay. So if we're talking current, he's the current best. Okay. I wouldn't know. I listen to some rap. I enjoy it. I like what I like. I don't like what I don't like. Good luck, Herman, with your writing. Okay, let's keep going.
Taking my baby to school, then I...
And that is my 7 levels of fantasy series. Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. Like and subscribe if you have not already. Hit the Patreon if you want to support what I do here. Have a good one, y'all. Peace. Already hit the Patreon if you want to support what I... He's great at writing.
Okay. I'm torn here. I'm not a... See, I think Genre Maker should be down with GOAT. I think Genre Maker should be down with GOAT. I think making the finished quality of something, the finished quality, like something being finished, Frankenstein, yes. Frankenstein is GOAT. It's not my favorite book on the planet, but Frankenstein is GOAT because Mary Shelley took concepts from around her and she melded something into... She's considered to be one of the first sci-fis ever written, technically speaking. So in some ways, she could be seen as being a genre maker. Discworld? Was Discworld the first ever comedic fantasy? I don't know. I like Terry Pratchett, don't get me wrong, but I don't know if he's one of the first comedic fantasy writers. Piers Anthony wrote Xanth, A Spell for Chameleon in 1977. So that was before Terry Pratchett. 1978, Robert Asprin. Princess Bride, 1973, before Terry Pratchett. That was actually funny. Yeah. Also kind of really satirical. Witty portal fantasy with ironic fish out of water humor called Harold Shea, The Incomplete Enchanter. And Douglas Adams was technically before Terry Pratchett. Yeah, I don't see Discworld. I'm sorry, I love Discworld. I would put Discworld in Legends, maybe. But not in GOAT. Sorry. I don't know about Broken Earth. Would you put Beowulf in GOAT? The problem with Beowulf and the tales, the Epic of Gilgamesh and the Veda scriptures, the Pentateuch, all of these kind of old stories, whether, like, I personally believe that the Pentateuch is more or less real. But, like, if we look at them as stories, right, only, which feels blasphemous to say, but anyway, the thing about all of them is that they are all goated insofar as they are the extant, meaningful artifacts of previous people that have stood the test of time because of what they represent. So Beowulf could be in GOAT. I personally believe Beowulf could be in GOAT, simply because as well its use of kennings, its form of writing is just, it's extremely beautiful to me. But I think mythology as a whole is both foundational and but it cannot be placed as a novel. I think we need to limit this rubric to novels. Beowulf and the Epic of Gilgamesh and even the Pentateuch itself and the Vedic scriptures are not novel narratives. So although I think they are incredibly impactful, comparing them to these books, or worse, comparing these books to them, it would be like comparing apples to oranges. The one is the foundation upon which everything else rests. I believe the archetypes and the templates and the rubrics start with Chaucer's Tale and the Epic of Gilgamesh and all of these things. But folklore, fairy tales, they're all foundational. But they can't be compared to any of these books here because they are literally in a different framework altogether. So to pit, let's say, Lord of the Rings up against Beowulf is, I think, unfair. I think it's unfair to both books. But we can definitely, let's say, take a look at Frankenstein because Frankenstein is a novel. I hope that makes sense. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, I think that was before. Yeah. Will this VOD be up so I can watch the part I missed? Yes. No doxing for once. Wow. Okay, Ben. All right. Attacked. I had some beefs with his rubric. I think his rubric is not technical enough for my liking. I do appreciate the fact he tried to define it. I find his definitions to be biased and highly personalized. Him only crying over 6s and 7s says nothing to me, because I have definitely cried over 3s and 4s. So, and I do not. Like I am growing as a person to where I'm freeing myself from not crying. I'm letting myself cry when I feel like it's appropriate to cry. But for like long time period, guys, I was emotionally stunted to such a degree. So, but there were books that made me cry, like Wuthering Heights and The Man in the Iron Mask made me cry a lot. I just don't like putting emotionally devastating in 6. That's very personal. And he did admit, I will say this for him, he did specify that this was a very personal rubric. So really, he kind of copped out here. I don't really like people copping out all the time. Oh, Discworld as GOAT. I can't get over that. I don't know Broken Earth. You guys can tell me how crazy he is. Dungeon Delving Dave, whatever, is 7 for Lit RPG. So if we look at the Dungeon Delving Dave or whatever it was called, Dungeon Delving Carl, I think. Like, he probably is a 5, honestly. Like, all things considered. Redwall is Legend. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Redwall would go under 5, maybe even 6. Yeah. But, Gulliver Travels. Gulliver Travels would fit, Simp. I think Gulliver Travels counts as a novel. So, yeah, I put Gulliver Travels under GOAT, maybe. Or at least a legend, right? If not GOAT, then Gulliver Travels goes under legend. A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court probably goes somewhere between a 5 and a 6. Right? Lovecraft, I personally... People are going to hate me. I'm putting him in 7. I'm putting Lovecraft in 7. I just think... Okay, here's the thing, all right? I've studied Gothic literature. Gothic literature was percolating for a long time behind the scenes, right? And it really hit Europe hard. And one of like the first Gothic literatures in America was called Wieland. And another popular one that I studied for Europe was the Castle of Otranto. Now, a lot of these like Gothic literature stuff, whether you're reading Sheridan Le Fanu's Carmilla to Bram Stoker's Dracula, all of these kinds of stories have deep roots in lore and folklore, right? So They are not original. Nothing is original. Lord of the Rings is not original. But I believe what Lovecraft did was he took this burgeoning, highly transformative medium of Gothic literature, and he tapped into an unforeseen level of existential dread. I personally think that we actually are incapable of fully understanding and experiencing it because of our modern sensibilities. But I think Lovecraft is GOAT. He is racist. But but is he a life changer though? I don't think he would be like, if we're taking Daniel's thing seriously here. And do you guys notice that Daniel never mentioned Harry Potter? He was probably being politically correct. But I just think I just think that like Lovecraft should go at least into 6. Edgar Allan Poe 6. Yeah. Lovecraft was a genre maker. I don't feel that he made Gothic literature, but I think he made existential dread Gothic literature, if that makes sense, Simp. Like, he made a niche within Gothic literature. Cosmic horror. Yeah. The existential dread thing. I think he made a niche within a genre. I don't think he made an actual genre. Lord of the Rings, in my opinion, if we move genre maker down to GOAT, technically speaking, no, even Lord of the Rings was not the first, though. Technically. Because George MacDonald was before. The Princess and the Curdy, The Princess and the Goblin. Yeah, 1872. George MacDonald would technically be a GOAT. Technically. I'm trying to see. Trying to see if J.K. Chesterton wrote anything. I think he wrote one futuristic speculative fiction, but he didn't write fantasy. Yeah, George MacDonald, Marvin Peake, and Lord Dunsany. Yeah, Lord Dunsany, I agree. I don't know about Marvin Peake. Lovecraft is life-changing, depending on how you view cosmic horror. Yeah, sure. Yeah. I would not argue about putting Lovecraft in GOAT. Was he racist AF? Yeah. But I think he made a genre. I would move Genre Maker down to 7. I don't believe in putting a Genre Maker under Legend. And to me, the word legend in and of itself is too heavy, even for that tier. And as Shay pointed out, he doesn't really get into brass tacks about technical things specific to fantasy. So I'm going to step in quickly and do it. So if we look at the elements of fantasy, there has to be usually some form of system, either soft or hard. And there has to be some form of world building and lore. And yeah. And so in my opinion, con artists and AI slop are going to be highly inconsistent on all levels. They're not going to... They might have some consistency in terms of, let's say, a magic system, especially if it's a bro trying to run it. So they might over focus on the systems and not enough on a working narrative. So everything is going to be contrived in order to fit that system. So probably a lot of lit RPGs actually fall somewhere between a 1 and a 2. Sorry, lit RPGs. You know, I'm sure there are lit RPGs that will get up to a 4 or even a 5, but I think a large portion of lit RPGs lands at a 2. I think 2s, in terms of writing fantasy, I'm just flying up by the seat of my pants here. 2s, the Forgotten Failures, slop/trash, Tolkien again. Okay, derivative. 2s are derivative. You forget them because you mistake them for other books. So it's like rehashing other people's ideas. The writer is probably just trying to cut their teeth on something. In terms of consistency for world building and lore, there's probably varying levels of consistency at that level. Things might be more contrived. The lore will probably flip-flop around because the author just needs to get things done. I would argue probably between 2 and 3, you're going to have people who haven't taken the time to draw a proper map with distances. And the reason why I think 2 and 3 don't do this is they don't understand the importance of pacing and time. So they just are focused on this action happens, and then this action happens, and then this action happens. So what happens as a result is their world simply supports the action they want to see instead of working with the action. And many times, a lot of the clients that I worked with will use AI generated maps, which is a whole other can of worms, or they will not even think about a map until I start writing the story. That's another problem. So these people like underestimate the amount of work you have to put into little details. So if I was going to technically like place 2 and 3 in terms of technical detailing, world building, consistency, and lore is going to be inconsistent. It's going to serve this plotting linear narrative. It's going to be very cookie cutter and derivative. And you will have fun insofar as you like what it is being derived from. But if you don't like what it is being derived from, there will be no other value there. Then we have 3 and 4. This is where I think a lot of romantasy falls. 3 and 4. So 3 is probably where I would say 90% of romantasy falls into 3. And then there's a 10% to 15% probably will fall into 4. So the thing about these is it's very cookie cutter. It's being put out to meet demand. Usually the focus is only on 1 to 2 characters, right? So for romantasy, you've got 2 characters and everybody else, basically, in the worst case scenario, everybody else in the story is simply there as foils for the the two main characters that are driving the romance. Once again, I don't want to shit on that. It is what it is. The problem is when people start saying, oh, it's great literature. No, it's not. Don't kid yourself. Just say, hey, I'm reading shit and it's fun. Move on. I think some romantasy can get to 4 territory. Usually those people will spend more time on their lore and their world building. I genuinely believe storytellers are capable of taking their lore and their world building and actually craft a narrative that works. So the characters will have character progression. There will be more character growth, and the lore and the world building and the magic systems will adequately provide scenarios for the characters to contend and grapple with their internal and external conflict. Probably the difference between a storyteller and a writer is that storytellers might still focus on this story that they have, and they might fall in love with their story or their characters at the cost of the world making sense. There might still be some contrivances or some how can I say this? Creative compromises in order to achieve very specific audience related goals. Good night, party. Rest well. I am as you made me. Very fair, Epic. Lit RPGs probably just want to make an RPG or movie. You're right, Simp. Yeah, probably. Romantasy authors tend to copy popular books. Yep. Nothing wrong with that, by the way. It's like what you say about YouTubers, right? They chase the grift. They're chasing the grift. I think it's an unfortunate part of life that if you want to, let's put it this way, okay? People who get into 5, 6, and 7, that is a luxury. That's a luxury. There are lots and lots of people who can say take it or leave it and walk away. Not everyone can do that. Some people have to do right at 3 and 4 in order to put bread on their table. And shitting on those people is gross, in my opinion. As long as you're not like monkey housing yourself and being like, oh no, this is just great. This is fantastic. This is goated. No, it's not. It's commercial writing. That's intended to be brain candy, as he put it. Like, don't lie to yourself. Just say, hey, it's brain candy. It's trashy food. I just don't. I think there are a lot of people who think, oh, you have to be making it for art's sake first. And I think that is an entitled position. It usually comes from people who are in the middle class and upper class who have these pretentious airs about creativity and art and are in a position to be extremely critical. And I want to say more power to you if you can take time to craft something amazing and, you know, do what Tolkien did all of his life as a side hobby. You can do that. But there are some people who are going to choose a different path. And I think getting in your head and putting yourself on a pedestal because you have the privilege of chasing art first. And by the way, there are tons of people who chase art first and they put out the absolute bullshit. And then people around them who want to sound smart, Emperor's clothing style, will be like, oh, this is so amazing. That's how we get the litfic world. I don't like it. It's like a hard pass for me. Fourth Wing is Legends. Well, that's actually, what is the first romance fantasy? What is the first romantasy? Okay, there's no single first book. Emma Bull's 1987 novel War for the Oaks is widely considered the earliest example of romantasy, a blend of romance and fantasy that was a forerunner to the genre's modern form. Earlier books like Robin McKinley's Beauty in 1978. Oh, Robin McKinley. Emmy is a huge fan of Robin McKinley. Also featured a central love story within a fantasy, but War for the Oaks is cited for its significant influence on the genre's defining tropes, particularly its morally gray heroes and a focus on relationships. The Year of the Unicorn by Andre Norton is an example of a fantasy with a prominent romantic element. Ristori by Anne McCaffrey, another example, 1960s. Mercedes Lackey. Oh, that's a big one. That was in the 80s. Yep. Tamora Pierce. Okay, history of romantasy genre. So we're gonna go back in time here. No thanks. Blah blah blah. War for Oaks by Emma Bull. It's about a rock and roll singer named Eddie McAndry, who somehow became drafted into a war between fairies, and now her life is in danger. This is wild. Not to mention, she finds herself slowly falling in love with the same person who put her in danger. Whoa, what a surprise. The fantasy obviously is rich in Irish mythology, but there's a solid romance between Eddie and the unnamed Fuka in the center of the war. Interesting. So it has to have fantasy, but romance has to be the driving point. So that's, according to them, that's one. Wow. For a supposedly look into it. That's a short article. But yeah. An old genre with a new name. Okay. SFWA. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Based on this criteria, Tomlinson starts the genre's history with Emma Bull's War for the Oaks. But does War for the Oaks really mark the first appearance of the romantasy genre? Robin McKinley's first novel, Beauty, also fits. 1978. I believe Beauty is the one that Emmy really loves. For the Beauty paperback cover pocketbook, uncredited wraparound artwork featured a young woman running away from a castle in much of a paperback gothic romances where ladies fled mansions with a single lighted window. Oh yeah, that's a real thing. Andre Norton's Witch World started out as a science fiction where the magic is real and often had a romantic subplot, but I wouldn't say that. But apparently Year of the Unicorn is, yeah, romantasy. Says, oh, look at that one. Wow, okay. Ristori by Anne McCaffrey played up the romance, but that's technically more sci-fi, but yeah. Yeah. 1912, the pulp debut of Edgar Rice Burroughs. In his first adventure, John Carter is transported to a marvelous world full of four-armed green monsters. There he meets an incomparable and mostly naked beauty named Dejah Thoris. Burroughs not only wrote a swashbuckling adventure in Princess of Mars, but also kept readers coming back for more love stories with lightly clad Martians. Wow. Okay. Son of Tarzan might count as a romance. Princess of Mars. Wow. That's a cover. That is a cover. Oh, right. Well, this lady did her homework. Yeah. Okay. I'm not giving Daniel Green a thumbs up. I personally don't know about this rubric. I appreciate that he said that it was subjective. I appreciate that he was honest. He wasn't pretending to have it all figured out. I appreciate the fact that he tried to have definitions. I'm not so sure about some of these categories, and him saying things like A Song of Ice and Fire defined a genre. It makes me feel like, how much have you actually read? Because I feel that there were much older pieces of literature that define genres. I would say A Song of Ice and Fire's TV show popularized a return to one form of fantasy, but that's like nothing else. The title was bait. I thought it was going to be about Absolute Degenerate. Well, it might be about the Absolute Degenerate. But since you're going to bed, you might miss out on it. Very sad. Maybe you can watch the VOD, Simp. Good night, Epic. At least we know that Daniel still sucks. Simp, do you want me to wait on Absolute? No. You know what? I might go ahead. Since, yeah. I might go ahead and just do it. What do you guys think? How long is it? 37 minutes. Do you think I'll mold a lot over this? What should I do? Well, the good news is... Oh, I could actually change this as well. Okay. What should I do, guys? Should I go for the second video? Lock in chat. We're going for another 2 hours. Well, I could change the name of the stream so it's not clickbaity. Okay, you know what? Before everyone like completely heads out, let's do a poll. Wait till next stream to do the second vid. Yes or no? What do you guys think? I feel like I should just wait till next stream. Because there might not be a lot of people on. We might be dropping. What do people think? Yeah? Okay. So far we got 2. Any lurkers want to weigh in? I'll change the... I'll change the title of the stream just so that it's not clickbaity. But Daniel Green, a lot of thought, a lot of food for thought. I think he could have done a better job. But But he did say he was kind of going in raw. He's kind of, just sharing his opinion. Yeah. Somebody actually said no. Wow, that's interesting. Yeah. Well, whoever it was that was waiting a crap ton, the good news is that we got to your video. I forget who recommended it, but I put it up. So there we go. Awesome. Yeah. $80.20. Okay. All right, guys. What we're going to do is we're not going to watch this tonight. And as someone who is I'm going to go like this. Look at me go. I changed the name of the stream so that way people can opt in or out of it. So before we wrap up for tonight, any last thoughts, any ideas? If you are in Discord with us, please share your own rubric. Okay, so I'm just gonna put some You want to talk about Star Wars novels? Okay. I will tabulate it, Sim. But once again, like, let's be clear, like, they only get to a 3 or 4, right? Like, they're not great literature, but they are very fun, and they did have me crying. But once again, that might just be how I interact with books a lot. So yeah, but absolutely, Sim. And I will delay the VOD as recommended by folks here in chat, so we can do a proper look at how degen are we these days. But I want to do a stream where I play KOTOR 1. I want to do a stream where I talk about Final Fantasy 14, and I want to do a stream where we could even look at some Star Wars stuff. I'll see how I can plan that out. But yeah. Does anyone else have any other questions or comments that they want to share as we wrap up this strange stream that we had tonight? Any thoughts? Any I don't know, feelings of inspiration. Everyone's winding down. Let's see. Just looking. Who's my goat? I'm going to be honest. I think I feel genre defining or genre creating is huge for me. So technically speaking, George MacDonald would be considered GOAT, or Lord Dunsany, for example, like what Leo was talking about. Like, they helped create the concept of fantasy. But I believe that for me, Tolkien specifically, followed maybe by C.S. Lewis, but I think Tolkien definitely more so. C.S. Lewis's best book was probably Horse and His Boy, maybe Silverchair. But in terms of just language, I think Horse and His Boy would be more solid. But anyhow, I think Tolkien for me would hit GOAT, because although he wasn't the first person to actually create fantasy novels within the 1800s and 1900s, he was like George R.R. Martin, but even more important than George R.R. Martin. You see, George R.R. Martin, for me, entered a space where people were willing to read fantasy. People had, but previous to George R.R. Martin, people had multiple fantasy niches and multiple forms of fantasy. And so people were primed and ready to enjoy what George R.R. Martin brought. I think George R.R. Martin rekindled interest in fantasy as Harry Potter ebbed and waned. And the people who watch films or TV shows definitely turned out for George R.R. Martin. Plus, George R.R. Martin had booba and sex and stuff like that. So it was quite adult. And so I think the TV show inflamed within people a love for fantasy. But unfortunately, it did not result in long-term effect on his book sales or books in general. He sold a lot of books, don't get me wrong. You know, he's a rich guy. But if we look at the cultural and impact and the cultural buzz, I still feel that Harry Potter has a more solid foundation than A Song of Ice and Fire. But I don't want to take away 100% from A Song of Ice and Fire, because it does play a role in pure adult entertainment. And it rekindled a lot of people's interests. But unfortunately, I personally think that there is a shocking number of people who bought the book and never finished it. That's just a gut thing, but I could be wrong. I also want to say that, therefore, if we compare George R.R. Martin to Tolkien, I actually don't think George R.R. Martin broke boundaries, because there was no ground to till. Tolkien was tilling the hardest ground imaginable, which is this Victorian world, Victorian Edwardian world that he arose out of. He had to defend himself against accusations. You know, like, there was a social, like, George MacDonald, like, I don't want to shit on him, but George MacDonald and Andrew Lang were relegated to niche audiences and were treated as children's writers, and it was just for children. I believe Tolkien took a genre and he didn't spark interest in it again. He didn't revive a dying thing. What he did is he redefined it and said, hey, you know what? It can be large and big and sprawling, and it can be okay. I think MB showed some statistics, and a large percentage of people didn't buy the sequels, so we assumed that they didn't read the first one. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. I just feel that Tolkien had a harder ground to till. He broke ground where not many authors broke ground before. George MacDonald was there before, Andrew Lang was there before, and the few others that Leo mentioned. But they were not major works. People were not looking at them and going, oh wow. And in fact, Lord of the Rings itself, I believe, didn't really make waves until a certain, I think it was like the 60s, where people began to embrace Middle-earth as being a representation of a return to innocence, of a return to rightness and morality. And people would apparently scrawl on subways, Frodo lives, and things like that, because it was their form of resistance, right? Of the battle against dark forces, which they read to be probably the deep state or other things like that. So I think Tolkien had a lot more working against him, and that's why I would put Tolkien in GOAT. Because he might not have technically created the genre, but he made it so that it wasn't a laughingstock, and he elevated what had been done before to a height that had not been achieved previously because of the depth. Yeah, until the hippie era, Lord of the Rings wasn't that popular. Exactly. But once he popped off so hard, right? Like once he hit it, it was like done, gangbusters. And I think it's for a reason, right? Like I hit the depth of his world, made it so fresh that I think people were so inspired. He has the appearance of spawning, right? He has the appearance of spawning this eternal, I don't know, importance or whatever. Like it's just, yeah. Yeah. Wow. Okay, guys, one last Google Trends. Okay. One last Google Trends. So here we can see Tolkien over time. And you can see Tolkien's fairly steady. Recently, in more recent times, 2022, probably what? Probably Rings of Power. Interest in Rings of Power, right? Probably. Right? Rings of Power just brought people back into Tolkien. Rings of Power did a lot of good, right? But overall, even though George R. R. Martin saw some spikes of interest in terms of the internet and trends, right? You can see how he trended over time with various TV show releases. Tolkien remains quite stable, quite solid, right? Let's add in Harry Potter. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think Romantasy, though, is anywhere near A Court of Thorns and Roses. I don't, yeah. Oh. Yeah. It gained like, it doesn't exist before. And then when it came out, yeah. Harry Potter just inspires people unlike anything before. And I honestly, like, we can hand wave away what children, right? We can say, oh, it's kids literature. I think that is, guys, should we tell Sim about this? Do we want to... Do we want to tell him about this? Who's going to break him the news? I'm pretty sure, though, like, if we're talking book sales, that George R. R. Martin still probably sold more than A Court of Thorns and Roses. But could you imagine? This is without the help of a TV show. This is on the strength and the merit of book reading alone. That's insane. If they made a proper show of A Court of Thorns and Roses, whoever does it, and if they do it properly with super hot guys, they'll make bank. Right? Like, look at this. This is insanity. That is crazy. Yeah. That. Yeah. It just shows you that female interests are very powerful. How many books did A Court of Thorns and Roses sell? I don't know. But let's see. How many copies of ACOTAR sold? Only 13 million. And then across her 3 series, 70 million. So for one series, it is 13 mil. But if we put her entire catalog together, she's got 90 mil. 70 mil. So she's not, per book, she's not selling as much as George R. R. Martin. What is the first book of A Song of Ice and Fire? What is the first book for that one? A Game of Thrones? Yeah, okay, so the series has sold 90 million copies. Wait a minute. Okay. Do you remember how Simp was talking about it sold 90 mil? The whole series as a whole sold 90 mil. Not the single book, just the series sold 90 mil. The first 4 books sold a collective 17 million copies before the 5 existing books have currently sold upwards of 90 mil. Yeah. That's not... Who's going to tell Simp? Who's going to tell Simp? Listen, guys, I am not a J.K. Rowling stan. I'm not a J.K. Rowling stan. I keep repeating that to myself. I keep repeating it to myself, but I'm sorry. J.K. Rowling is made around 450 million copies sold. 450 million copies sold. Stephen King, Dark Tower series, sold 30 million copies by itself, but that's like how many books? Stephen King's whole library copies 400 mil sold. J.R. Tolkien. What remains certain is that Lord of the Rings is the biggest selling single genre novel of all time, and possibly the best selling single novel of all time. That is insane. Stephanie Meyer, Twilight, 250 million. Those women are crazy. Dean Koontz, 200 mil. I mean, he writes sci-fi that I think is like, horror, suspense, thriller, and non-SSF novels. And yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, okay. Very, very commercial, very readable genre author. Michael Crichton, 200 mil. My dad's probably supporting Michael Crichton financially. Anne Rice and C.S. Lewis at 136 mil and 120 mil copies. Chronicles of Narnia, though, is kind of goated. Edgar Rice Burroughs, 100 mil. Sir Arthur C. Clarke, 100 mil. Susanna Collins, 100 mil copies. Andre Norton, 90 mil. Rider Haggard. Terry Pratchett, 85 mil. Robert Jordan, 80 mil. Now this has to be updated to 90 mil. So now this goes up here. He's trying to go up against a genre fiction writer who was a female. Good luck to him. Because she's dead now, so he can absolutely write his next novel and do gangbusters. Star Wars actually makes it into the list at 70 mil copies. Yeah, I want to rebuy my Star Wars catalog. James Herbert, Terry Brooks, Richard Adams, Dennis Wheatley. Cassandra Clare actually got in here. Holy moly. Neil Gaiman. Christopher Paolini. That's Aragon, right? Yeah. Michael Ende. Never-Ending Story. Oh, that one gave me the heebie-jeebies. Tad Williams. Mary Stewart. Yeah. Kaoru Kurimoto. Never heard of her. Diana Gabaldon. Yeah. Brandon Sanderson. Good way to go. Kevin J. Anderson. 23 million copies. Yeah, he wrote for Star Wars too. Asimov. Scott Card. Mentioning her reminds me of my goth phase. There would be so much cognitive dissonance when trying to make a Court of Thorn Roses series or movie. I agree, Willie. It would. People would be having conniptions, but whoever had the balls to do it, Yeah. I'm sure he's used it. It doesn't matter if it's for kids. I agree. If we're going by sales numbers alone, I hate to black pill us all here, but J.K. Rowling, oh Lord, oh this, oh. Okay, I need to go lie down. Stephen King and J.K. Rowling at the top. Oh, but you know what? She hit such a zeitgeist, and people just wanted to read it, and it was easy to read, and people followed it and just got more hyped. Fanfiction.net. I'm gonna just see something here. So if we take fanfiction.net, we're going to open up books, and then we're going to open up movies. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, see? Look at this. Look at this, guys. What are you seeing here? Let's look at movies. Star Wars. Avengers. Where is Harry Potter, actually? Or did they put them all in... Where did Harry Potter go? Did they remove it out of the movies? No way. Oh my lord. They removed Harry Potter from the movies section. Wow. That is crazy. I wonder why. What happened? But anyway, Harry Potter at the top. What I'm trying to say here is, like, if fanfiction.net had movies, had Harry Potter under movies, transphobic wizard game, yeah. Stephen King was also helped by having a bunch of movies, a lot of them really good. It's just a shame he sucks. Heavy metal all day. Oh my lord. I like a man that is not afraid to wear black nail polish. That's all I'm gonna say. If I see a man's hand and he has black nail polish, he has my attention. Until he says something stupid, then he does not have my attention. But yeah. He's such a pro-woman feminist. It's stupid. Anyway, TLDR. If you even look at fanfiction, look at this, guys. I want you to let this sink in. Look at the difference, okay? I want you to rest your eyeballs on this. Harry Potter has 850k fanfiction. The next biggest is at 223k for Twilight. And this is only one fanfiction website. And the next one after that is Percy Jackson, followed by Lord of the Rings. This is what I'm saying is, like, people don't understand the cultural impact this has. We still, to this day, do not understand the cultural impact Harry Potter has. Our children and our grandchildren just might. But we do not. You would think, okay? You would think with all of that sex, all of that stuff, Game of Thrones would be popping off. No. Game of Thrones has less fanfiction than Chronicles of Narnia and The Hobbit. Okay, 10.4k. I'm just saying. Pokemon has a lot of fan fiction. I'm scared to kind of go in there. It's probably all the furries. These top 3 right here. Dragon Age. I mean, I wrote for Dragon Age a bit. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna admit it. Yeah. Yeah. But anyway. What's at the top of the fan fiction charts? I'm not standing for Harry Potter. But I think not putting Harry Potter on that chart was gross and disingenuous. I don't care if you're trying to like signal to some crowd. I understand you don't want to admit it, but J.K. Rowling did something when she did Harry Potter. I don't like it all. I think a lot of people didn't get it, and I think sometimes even she didn't get it. She's kind of like George Lucas in that way, but where like you know what you want, but how impactful it is a happy accident. I just think turning a blind eye and trying to say that George R.R. Martin is as big as he is, I think he is big, he is important. I just don't like how many people put him on a pedestal and make him the be all and end all just because he's gritty or realistic or dark. I think there's equally powerful writers that did a great job and are just as legendary, if you will, as him. You know what's really crazy, Leo? Is she's not even a phobe. She's not even a phobe. She's like just wanting to protect female spaces. That's all. As a woman who survived domestic violence, that is literally pretty much all she was advocating for. I think she also advocated against a woman getting canceled for making a biological statement. And I think if you are against canceling people for speaking their truth, then you have to side with J.K. Rowling on that one. If you really think cancel culture is so bad and losing your job over something you said is wrong, then you have to stand with J.K. Rowling and how she spoke out for that woman who lost her job. Yeah, so a woman lost her job because she said something online. And J.K. Rowling stood up for this woman because the woman made a factual statement, and people couldn't handle it, and she got fired. And yeah, that's why she got canceled. 2 very, very basic things. That's why they tried to cancel her, I should say. She's fighting back with all the money she has. Good luck to her. I don't feel sympathy for her. She's a big girl. She can take care of herself. But I think to ignore her when she's very much in the room, and to hand wave it away as kids' literature, I think is a severe misunderstanding of that book series. And I'm not even a super fan of the book series. Like some of those books, I barely got through them. I've only read them one time. But like, give me a Dorothy Dinette. Some Dorothy Dinettes I've read like 7 times. So it's not like I'm not a super J.K. Rowling fan. But not seeing her on that list was wild to me. As long as nobody... Yeah. I hope she takes good care of herself. Well, she lives in the UK, Leo, so if I was her, I'd just keep an eye out for, certain weapons that you can hold in your hand, right? But anyway. Any other thoughts? Last thoughts? So I have no idea how it all ends. Let's just say that I actually prefer the ending for Keys to the Kingdom over the ending for Harry Potter. The epilogue of the final Harry Potter book is a travesty. Period. It's really bad. It's cringe. And what happens with Harry and all of his friends in the final book, very feel good. If you want a feel good story, highly recommend it. I prefer what happens in Keys to the Kingdom to the main kid. I prefer what happens in Keys to the Kingdom. Keys to the Kingdom is the unsung hero of children's literature. True children's literature, not like J.K. Rowling, who wrote half of a series for kids and half of a series for young adults. Like, Garth Nix kept a grip on what he was writing. He wrote for children. He kept it within children. He's a very powerful writer. Keys to the Kingdom, fantastic book series. If you like fantasy that has strong ties to mythology and Catholic faith, I recommend Keys to the Kingdom. I forget what else is in there. It's been a hot minute since I read it. Yeah, a Christian concept of spiritual authority based off of Jesus's words to St. Peter. I give you the keys to the kingdom. Yeah. 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 And it has, let's see if they talk about it. Oh no. Oh no. Oh boy. Oh no. Okay, we can calm down. But in 2019, he did sell the book rights, and he would act as an executive producer. Oh my lord. If they got the right set of kids, like teens, with the right writer and the right director, but they would have to like slam those films out because they're 7 books. Oh my lord. Oh wow. That would be crazy. Is it the same as in the movie? Worse. Yeah, the writing for the epilogue, Leo, specifically the writing for the epilogue is bad. Which company has the rights? Hershend something. Let me see if I can find it. Hershend Entertainment Studios. The media arm of Hershend Enterprises. I don't even know who they are. They're like a nobody. I bet trying to get... here's my thing. Trying to get like funding for something like this would be almost impossible. Right? It's probably like stuck now. Like it doesn't look like it's anywhere going anywhere. probably dead in the water. It's just getting funding for something is like really difficult. Getting funding for something like a 7-film series would be, yeah. Yeah. They own parks. Basically, they own parks, from what I see. Lodgings, aquariums, zoos, water parks. So they own a lot of parks. Oh my lord. Imagine a Keys to the Kingdom. Okay, you guys don't know. You guys don't know Keys to the Kingdom. I'll cover Keys to the Kingdom one day. Be thankful if you care about it. Yeah, at least Disney doesn't have it. Yeah, if Amazon or Disney got their hands on it, I would probably... I'd be devastated, I think. Yeah. I think most fantasy books should be adapted into an animated series, full-length features like an anime OVA. Yeah, I'd like that idea, Wooly. I support that. Yeah, go 2D. Don't settle for 3D. Go for 2D. Yeah, absolutely. It would be great to see Discworld for adults, like animated. I just think it would be fun. I'd watch that. I liked a lot of the Discworld films. Christopher Lee as Death was peak. Right? Peak. But yeah. Yeah. If they did a Keys to the Kingdom, it would just be very difficult because the house, when he goes inside the house is filled with 7 realms corresponding with the days of the week, and each realm is very different. So there's that. So the first realm, run by Mr. Monday, is plagued with the corruption of sloth. And it's set in like a Victorian period. But like Drowned Wednesday is gluttony. And it involves like a whale. So, especially with children characters, they can be voiced by adult women with actual training and talent. You are correct, Wooly. You could save a lot. You could save a lot by just going with a really solid animation. I agree. Absolutely agree. Not part of it. Yeah, yeah. It would be great if voice actors could, I don't know, be professional and not talk about stuff online. But, you know, people's freedom to reveal their true nature, I suppose. Okay, what time do we got now? Let's see. Okay, you know what? Now is a good time to call it. It's 1 a.m. in the morning. I gotta go and take a look at some work stuff, but it was great hanging with you all, and I'm going to go like this. Yeah. Okay. But anyway, thank you everyone for coming in and listening. It was only one video, but you know me by now. At least no one can say that I'm a lazy reviewer. Everyone can say that I am giving each review my best. So yeah, I will see everyone hopefully next weekend, and do remind me to tell everyone what's going to be going on, because I will be traveling at some point, and there's a bunch of stuff coming down the pipe. But yeah, I'll see you all I guess later, and take care of yourselves. Thank you for coming today. I appreciate for everyone, you know, chiming in here and keeping the conversation going. And I hope everyone has a wonderful week. Okay, see you around.